The most effective way to conserve biodiversity, therefore, by almost any reckoning, is to check the depauperization of natural habitats. No wonder, therefore, that the Convention of Biological Diversity recognized and reaffirmed the fundamental requirement of in situ conservation of ecosystems and natural habitats in its Article 8. These methods do not only seek to protect representative area of ecosystems and their constituent biodiversity in different biogeographic regions by regulating human and other biotic activities, but also ensure natural growth, proliferation, and perpetuation of species as part of their natural ecosystems. The CBD, that is Convention on Biological Diversity, defined a protected area as a geographically defined area which is designated or regulated and managed to achieve specific conservation objectives. This is while the Fourth World Conference on National Parks and Protected Areas in 92 held at Venezuela defined PAs as an area of land or sea especially dedicated to the protection and maintenance of biological diversity and of natural and associated cultural resources and managed through legal or other effective means. There are a few more definitions also available globally. Now I shall give you some historical perspective. The earliest attempts to abate the excessive use of resources of the human beings by the human beings dates back to the Egyptian period. The concept of wilderness reserves for natural perpetuation of its resident flora and fauna themes consistently gained the attention of conservationists over the millenniums. The Egyptian king Akhenaten was perhaps over the first to designate a wilderness area more than 3,000 years ago, according to Ellison 1981. Followed by Assyrian kings in the 11th century BC and Greek city-states in about 300 BC onwards. The Chinese, beginning with the reign of Yao Husan, about 100 BC, the Romans from about 23 AD, the Mongol Kublai Khan, the Inca Pachacuti, and so on. The legal prohibitions enforced frontline and from time to time by more than 20 civilizations which appeared on this planet since the advent of man, broadly aimed at to check the rate of biological resource consumption and environmental degradation, according to Ellison again. The earliest relevant law appears to have been put forth by the pharaohs of Egypt, who were the first to issue hunting licenses. The earliest law for the protection of trees was enacted around 1900 BC, who prescribed a fine for cutting trees. The earliest recorded English conservation law was formulated by Ine around 700 AD, whose Wessex law prohibited burning down of forests, cutting down of big tree, while the kings of England legislated through charters and assizes during 11th to 13th century AD, and also as statutes by the Acts of Parliament. Subsequently, various statutes were promulgated by Queen Victoria between 1860 to 1890 AD, dealing with hunting licenses, prevention of poaching, protection of wildlife, and wild bird, wildfowl, and seabird, etc. India, with its physical, ecological, biological, social, cultural, and linguistic diversity, has a long tradition of conservation of nature and natural resources. The coexistence of people and nature in Asia is the result of a long history for several hundred years. The Asian region witnessed some of the earliest domestication of plants and animals, development of some of the earliest cities and irrigation systems, according to Mishra 94. A number of modern day Protected areas surround the ruins of ancient civilization, that is Ranthambore in India, Vilpattu in Sri Lanka, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, etc. As different cultures evolved, appropriate conservation and management approaches based on the culture, religion, ethics, and traditions. Such living examples include sacred groves of India, community forests of Sherpas in Nepal, and many more throughout the South and Southeast Asia, where these have a long history. The first such nature reserve in Indonesia was established by the king of Srivijaya in 684 AD. Nepal's Royal Chitwan National Park, Java's Ujing Kalum, and India's Ranthambore were established as shikar or hunting reserves. Now, the modern concept. The earlier documented instance of deliberate establishment of what we call today the PAs was by the Emperor Ashoka in 252 BC, who passed an edict for the protection of fish, bird, animal, and forest, according to Saharia and Mackinson, etc. Moreover, the practice of designating religious sanctuaries or exclusive hunting reserves in such older and it's much older and it persists in many different societies. For example, King William I of England decreed for the preparation of Doomsday Book in 1084 AD to inventory all the lands, forests, fishing areas, agriculture areas, hunting preserves, and productive resources of his kingdom to help plan its management and development. The modern concept of conservation is a combination of these two ancient principles, namely necessity to plan the management of reserves on the basis of inventories and take measures to ensure the protection of the resource. The first native reserve of the modern times was established by the French school of Barbizon, which officially protected about a Fontainebleau forest. However, it is according to Chaudhary and Hajra 2000. However, the first ever national park of the world, the Yellowstone National Park, was established on the 1st March 1872 in Northwest America through a federal law promulgated by USA, spreading over an area of about 2 million acres. The park was established to preserve pristine wilderness of the region for the enjoyment and the benefit of the people, according to Saylor 1997. The key concept behind setting up this national park was to totally exclude any resident human population from within the park area, except, of course, the park staff. I have been to this park and found it amazing with conservation and protection practices, and maybe one of the best on earth. In fact, there is one spring. There are thousands of springs there because it is on a volcanic site. And one spring is called Old Faithful. This is, it goes from time to time. The regular clock is there, and when this clock, according to that, about 1.5 hour round is there, the spring goes up, and sometimes it goes up to 300 feet. It is so amazing, and it is just according to clock. So this is really wonderful there. The key concept behind setting up the national park was to totally, this is done. I had been to park and found it amazing. The number of PAs have grown up slowly but steadily, and today there are over 202,000 PAs covering almost 20 million square kilometers or 14.7% of the world's land, according to scientists at IUCN and UN Environment World Conservation Monitoring Center. Out of these, there are more than 4,000 national parks in nearly 100 different countries. Interestingly, Australia alone has nearly 685 national parks, covering different categories of protected areas. Now, the classification. Based on management objectives, the IUCN 1978 and IUCN Commission of National Parks and PAs identified the following 6 categories of PJs, namely strict nature reserve, scientific reserve, wilderness area, national park, natural monument or feature, habitat or species management area, protected landscape or seascape, protected area with sustainable use of natural resources. Earlier there was 10 categories. There were 10 categories, but these have now been reduced to only 6. These categories are based on a set of 12 broad objectives according to Miller 1980, namely sample ecosystems, ecological diversity, genetic resources, education and research, water and soil conservation, wildlife management, recreation and tourism, timber, cultural and heritage, scenic beauty, options for the future, and integrated development. These were also reduced further. The IUCN has been promoting the development of a global protected area system to ensure adequate representation of all the biome types. Accordingly, in 1975, Woodward developed a biogeographical zone-based system to assess the protected area coverage at global level, dividing the world in 8 biogeographical realms, namely Nearctic, Paleoarctic, Africo-tropical, Indo-Malayan, Oceania, Australia, Antarctic, and Neotropical realm. 14 major biomes: tropical humid forests, subtropical and temperate rainforests or woodlands, temperate needle-leaved forests or woodlands, tropical dry and deciduous forests including monsoon forests or woodlands, temperate broadleaf forests or woodlands, and subpolar deciduous thickets, evergreen, sclerophyllous forests, scrubs or woodlands, warm deserts or semi-deserts, tundra communities, and barren Arctic desert, cold winter continental deserts and semi-deserts, tropical grassland and savannas, temperate grasslands, mixed mountain and highland systems with complex zonation, mixed island system and lake systems, and 193 biogeographical provinces. Now, international conventions. In addition to the vast protected area systems, there are 3 international initiatives to designate natural sites of global and regional significance for special protection under national arrangement and classified under IUCN system accordingly. International coordination of efforts is also necessary as the processes and patterns of biodiversity are interdependent and political, social, and economic boundaries. Number 1, the Convention on Wetlands of International Importance, especially as waterfowl habitat, as popularly known as Ramsar Convention 1971. Criteria for representative or unique wetlands. General criteria based on plant animals. Species criteria based on waterfowl. Number 2, the Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. World Heritage Convention, Paris, 1972. And UNESCO Man and Biosphere MAB Program, 1976. Besides, deals with man and biosphere deals with man and biosphere interactions across the entire range of bioclimatic and geographic zones. Its central theme, according to Robertson and Warnes 1997, the establishment of a global network of biosphere reserves to cover world's major ecosystems. There are 714 biosphere reserves in 129 countries, including 21 transboundary sites, touching lives of over 250 million people. India has 18 biosphere reserves, increasing from 18 which were originally proposed. These are protected areas of land or coastal environment where the people are an integral part and are example of natural biomes, landscapes, ecosystems, and genetic variations, besides landscapes resulting from the traditional landscape patterns. Its functions include conservation, development, and some logistics. Now, Indian scenario. India with an area of about 3,827 million square kilometer and a coastline of over 7,500 kilometers is the second largest country in Assam, in Asia, and 7th in the world. This great geographical expanse of the country, with its extraordinary diversity in climate, soil, and topography, is co-terminus with almost all types of ecosystems found anywhere in the world. The diversity spans from the alpine grasslands of Himalayas to coastal mangroves of Sundarbans, from hot deserts of Rajasthan to tropical evergreens and semi-evergreen forests of northeast and western Ghats, and so on. In each of the ecozones, there are hundreds of biotypes, each supporting rich and characteristic floristic and faunistic components. The confluence of the three major biogeographical realms, namely Eurasian, Afrotropical, and Indo-Malayan in the Indian region, has further enhanced these biological attributes by enabling the intermingling of floristic elements of these regions and making India one of the 12 mega diversity centers, ranking third in Asia and 11th in the world. Floristic diversity. The current known, described, and accepted number of plant species is about 3,74,000, of which approximately 3,08,000 are vascular plants, with 2,94,000 flowering plants, angiosperms having 74,273 monocots and 2,10,000 dicots. Globally, India has only 2.4% of the total geographic area of the world, but harbors nearly 8% of the globally known floral species, of which 28 endemic to the country. The Indian flora is concentrated in four floristic hotspots, namely Indo-Burma, covering most northeastern and his states and Andaman Islands, Himalayas, Western Ghats, and the Sundaland, covering the Nicobar Islands, which are among the 36 identified global biodiversity hotspots. It is estimated that at present, India has over 50,000 plant species covering all angiosperms, about 18,800 taxa, gymnosperms 82, pterophytes 1,307, bryophytes 2,786. This is, and lichens 2,917, fungi 15,447, algae 7,434, and virus and bacteria 1,209. This is according to the latest preamble in this published in Plant Discoveries 2019, which was published in 2020 by Botanical Survey of India. The components of the living sources constitute the basic raw material upon which our civilization has laid its foundation, and the future growth and prosperity of our people is interlinked with the enlightenment and sustainable use of these resources. Besides the Indian subcontinent, known as the Hindustan Center, or origin and diversity of crop plants, one of the 12 in the world, harbors about 167 species of domesticated agri-horticultural crop plants and over 320 species of wild progenitors of these. The rich germ plant resource includes 51 species of cereals and millets, 109 of fruits, 27 species of condiments, 54 vegetables, 31 pulses, 24 fiber crops, 12 species of oil seeds, and various strains of wild tea, coffee, tobacco, and sugarcane. These prized materials, together with their wild ancestor form, serve as building blocks that are used by plant breeders for the development of improved varieties. Coming to loss of diversity, the rich floristic diversity in India, notwithstanding over 17,000 species of Indian flowering plants, are threatened with extinction, which is about 7% of over 26,000 globally threatened plants. During the last 400 years, while about 654 species have become extinct world over, this is World Monitoring Center, according to that it is 1992, India has presumably lost about 17 species, while a number of other species could not be relocated during the last 50 to 100 years. The extinction of the species is a natural phenomenon on a geological time scale. The species normally appear to be ephemerals. It is estimated that over 95% of the species that had existed on Earth or are no more present. This is according to RAM 1991. The reason for this colossal loss of biodiversity are two folds: the material, the natural, and the man-made. The natural changes include changes in the abiotic parameters in the environment, such as cyclones, long unfavorable weather spells, earthquakes, landslides, etc. And biotic parameters such as natural competition and biological impurities of the species. While prominent among the man-made causes are clearance of forests for various developmental activities, expansion of agriculture and aquaculture in prime forest lands and natural wetlands, over exploitation of forest resources beyond their carrying capacity and without any consideration for its sustainability, and the introduction of alien species. Besides, exponent growth is both the human as well as cattle population, leading to the increasing gap in the demand and supply of natural resources. A few more causes could be mentioned. Similarly, availability of alternative modern sources of food, fiber, fuel, fodder, and medicine have adversely affected the traditional sources which sustained the rural folk in not very distant future. Now, conservation initiatives. The conservation movement in India is as old as the history of and cultural heritage of the country. Since the Vedic periods, every form of life was loved, worshipped, and even sheltered in the ashrams of sages, hermitages, thereby nurturing the philosophy of nature conservation, according to Jain and Shastri 1981. The earliest record of conservation efforts in India dates back to 4th century BC and is attributed to Kautilya, who in his Arthashastra interlined the need of setting aside areas for not only protection of the wildlife but also to provide goods and services to the society. Rangarajan 92. Similarly, Emperor Ashoka in 252 BC laid down stone edicts for the conservation of wildlife, according to Saharia 1981. Setting aside small patches of forest, the sacred groves, maintained by a system of rules and taboos through socio-religious beliefs, is another expression of conservation. The concerns for environmental protection and forest conservation is also ingrained in the Constitution of India, and though Articles 48A and 51A G of the directive principles of state policy, similar concerns were articulated at the UN Conference of Human Environment held at Stockholm in 1972, which climaxed at the Conservation Convention on Biological Diversity (CBD), popularly known as the Earth Summit, at the UN Conference on Environment and Development, held at Rio de Janeiro in June 92. The major legislative and policy guidelines directly related to biodiversity conservation are the Indian Forest Act 1927, the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, the Forest Conservation Act 1980, and the Environment Protection Act 1986. There are several important central acts which with direct bearing on the components of biodiversity from 1987 till date. These central acts are supported by state legislations about the management and environment. The Constitution of India.
You have please 5 minutes more or 5 minutes we will keep for question and answers.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
To further augment the material conservation of India has also become a natural party to various international conventions like Ramsar Convention, IUN, IUCN, etc. The Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change is the nodal ministry of Government of India biodiversity conservation, as all you are aware. It coordinates with various segments in UNEP, South Asia Cooperation and SACEP, which I represented on behalf of Government of India at Dhaka, Bangladesh. Protected area systems. The National Wildlife Action Plan recognized the need of establishing and management of PAs and to represent in representative ecosystems different biogeographic regions of the country. For effective in situ conservation, proliferation and perpetuation of species, a part of the their natural ecosystems and commitment to CBD, India had an elaborate workout network of 578 PAs covering an area of 1,55,508 square kilometers or 4.73%. I shall now deal very shortly with various segments of protected area, national parks. At present, there are 104 national parks in India covering an area of 43,000 square feet. That is 1.30% of total area. There are wildlife sanctuaries. These are 586 wildlife sanctuaries in India covering an area of 1,22,420 square meters, which is about 3.72 total area. Biosphere reserves. To reinforce some of the national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, which I have minimally distributed, cover core area typical of biogeography into unit and are large enough to sustain viable populations. They were 14 and initially, and now they have become 18. World Heritage Sites. India has 7 such heritage sites: Great Himalayan Forest, etc. Then tiger reserves. I am cutting short because time is not there. Tiger is most charismatic keystone species in its royal splendor and highest food position in the food chain. In our national animal as well. This is our national animal as well. The government of India launched tiger project in 1973, and there are 50 tiger reserves. Ramsar sites. Wetlands are transmitted zones between the terrestrial and aquatic ecozones. It seems there are 42 Ramsar sites these days. Forest preservation plots. For conservation of representative areas of biodiversity and monitoring, these were created by the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education. These are 39 of these in 1975 have gone up. Gene sanctuaries. Species specific gene sanctuaries of present preservation of rich native diversity of plants have also been established, like citrus, musa, nepenthes, rhododendron. Sacred groves. These are lot of sacred groves in Bihar, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, etc. People in the protected area. For any conservation measures to succeed, it needs to socially acceptable and economically viable. Many a times there is conflict. So it has to be actually taken care of. Ex situ conservation efforts. India has also undertaken measures for ex situ conservation of wild plants. The major facilities for ex situ conservation are botanic gardens, field gene banks, seed banks, cryo banks, tissue culture repositories. There are over 150 organized botanic gardens at large in India, etc. Now, last but not the least, I will give in a few minutes, I will tell you role of Botanical Survey of India. To assess long-term changes in the biodiversity in basic purposes is a good knowledge of species and their distribution. Inventorying, research and monitoring therefore constitute the key elements of a comprehensive and holistic approach to conservation of biodiversity. These together provide information about the existing sources, the lacunae, if any, in the existing and the emerging trends in the changes in demography of the species. The BSI, the apex organization is mandated for the survey, documentation and conservation of plant resources is not only preparing comprehensive inventories of the species, district, state, regional and national level, including the PAs, but also identifies reasons for changes, if any, and helps formulate effective conservation strategy, both ex situ and in situ. These include arrangement of biosphere reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries. Besides, also engaged in ex situ conservation through Indian Botanic Garden, Havra, and other experimental gardens. The BSI, being the scientific authority advising the government of India on matters related to plant resources in the country, plays significant role in various policy formulations on conservation related issues at national and international levels. In fact, I also served as advisor on plants to government of India during my tenure as director BSI. For awareness program, BSI has published red data books of Indian plants besides endemic threatened plants of India. Besides, scientific information is also collected from Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, UK, by posting the Indian liaison officer there, and I was also there during 1890. This person collects information mostly from pre-independence era, as earlier herbarium species were deposited, and so also from latest data. Now, I must thank you for all of you including the special guests, the convener, the university authorities, organizers, chairman, and all the participants. Thank you very much for listening patiently.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Actually, we know about your work and the way you have apprised all the participants. It is really marvelous. You have very vast experience. Now, I request to the participants, in case you have any query, questions, please ask one or two questions only. Is there any question for Dr. Singh, please? No question?
But can I ask one question about Sacred Grove?
Yeah,
I'm
please.
Dr.
Quickly.
Somna Datta from Rajasthan.
Yeah, quickly you ask.
Yes, sir, I wanted to know what is the model there. Are the sacred groves, they have started the access and benefit sharing methodology there? If yes, what is the kind of methodology they are using there? How much percentage is going to the communities? How much to the government? So I wanted to know about that.
I think there is no such. I think there.
Dr. Singh is there. Please, can you answer
Sir,
the
it is
question?
under the
I think
CPD
this is
guidelines.
not there. No, there is no guideline for this. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, Dr. Ansari, please go ahead.
Sir, he has come. Sir, there is no such guideline for this. It is a age-old practice, and it is socio-religious pattern of preserving the biodiversity, especially the trees and forest reserves. Sir.
Yeah, Dr.
Yes.
Datta, actually, the sacred groups, actually, in some of the sacred groups, the fallen branches and twigs, they are allowed to be collected, and but in most of the sacred groups, nothing is allowed there.
Nothing is
So
allowed.
that is
Yes.
there is no policy, there is local management, there is one committee, who say manage the temple and the sacred groups. So that is there, but say freely access is not there, right? I think your question is answered.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question, please, from other audience? If no question is there, then I request to my co-chairperson, Dr. Ansari, for his remarks, please.
Hi, sir. Dr. N.P. Singh has given very comprehensive and very exhaustive presentation. It is really his 4 decades old experience and 20 years after retirement. So he's so active, and I think he has given letters of 2019 and 20. So it seems he is in touch with the subject. So this is all, and mostly this program is for the younger generation, those who are now they are fresh and coming up for the for the subject. So I think the information given by Dr. N.P. Singh has been very exhaustive, detailed. He visited the Yellowstone, that first protected area in USA. So he gave about the information about the clock and other things. So these are all marvelous. So I think Dr. Pavla yesterday gave the lecture that was quite different as compared to Dr. N.P. Singh, because Dr. N.P. Singh has given more, including the plant content, everything. So today I was, sir, one information, 18% of India's tree species face extinction. This is today's news in this Hindustan Times. So this is another news I was reading today. So protected area, very important, Bask Reserve, National Park and Wildlife Sanctuary. Then sacred groups have come, community forest has come, then field gene bank. So of course this is another very important. Yes. I think I must congratulate last but not least Dr. MP Singh. These results, I pray Almighty God for his very active, longer life. He should be with us for longer time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to
I
Thank
have,
you very much.
I,
Thank you very much, Dr. Ansari. And I
actually,
would,
I think
I
some
would
of the fine qualities. Please.
okay,
yeah,
Dr.
finish.
Saman, please conclude.
I have worked with Dr. I have worked with Dr. NP Singh. Some of the fine qualities I can say is writing so beautiful uniform letters and his notings on the file. I still remember those things in my
Yes.
memory. So,
Okay,
so
Dr.
sir,
Ansari, thank you very much.
right, right,
Thank you.
right,
We also know
Thank you very
Dr.
much,
Singh
Dr. Kodari.
since the beginning, and
right, sir.
I would also like to congratulate Dr. NP Singh for his say comprehensive say
Very
deliberation,
comprehensive.
and he highlighted all the things starting from the history and flora, fauna, classification, floristic hotspots, and number of national protected areas, and so on. And he has given comprehensive information. In fact, he was not having the computer facility, and thus otherwise PowerPoint presentation could have been quite in good. So with this, once again, I would like to congratulate him. Also to congratulate to the organizers, particularly say organizing this say webinar on national parks, tiger reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, botanical and zoological gardens of India. These are the very important say areas. And also last time they organized on biosphere reserves. So this is the really the excellent initiative, and the protected areas, they are the best say locations which can help us in understanding the dynamics of vegetation. So also with the changing climatic conditions, then we can also understand how the vegetation of those particular areas, they are changing. These are the best areas for doing such type of studies. With this brief background, I would like to congratulate again to the speaker, who is very well known. I have already told you earlier, and also to the organizers, the vice chancellor of the university,
Thank
principal
you
of
very much.
the college, as well as Professor Misra and his colleagues. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saman, for the nice comments and very lucid conclusions. Thanks are also due to Dr. Ansari for his valuable thought pertaining to Dr. Singh, and very thanks to Dr. NP Singh for a comprehensive and very elaborative presentation. Thank all of you once again and again. And now we are going to move up our next session. The
Thank you very
chairperson
much. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The fourth chairperson of the session is Dr. V. Vijay Kumar. The chairperson of the session is Dr. V. Vijay Kumar. Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Welcome, sir. You are chairperson of the session. Co-chairperson Dr. V. Vijay Kumar, Director, Gujarat Institutes of Vijay Technology, Bhuj, Kutch, Gujarat. Dr. Vijay Kumar. The co-chairperson is Dr. Khurshid Ahmad, Assistant Professor and Head of Wildlife, SKUAST, University Srinagar, Kashmir. Dr. Khurshid Ahmad.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, sir. Dr. Ahmad, you are co-chairperson of the session, and
Thank you. Thank you.
our eminent speaker of this session is Sri T.C. Verma, IFS, CCF and Field Director, Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, Rajasthan. Mr. Verma, I request chairperson and
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
welcome, sir. Welcome to all of you in
Sir,
our
good
session.
afternoon to all the eminent speakers and the chairpersons, co-chairpersons, and all other fellows. Thank you very much.
I request, first of all, I request to Dr. Vijay Kumar, please submit a brief biodata of our eminent speaker and proceed over the session. Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I first welcome the co-chair, Dr. Khurshid Ahmed, and the eminent speaker of this session, Sri T.C. Verma, IFS. Mr. T.C. Verma, IFS, has did his MSc in mathematics from the University of Rajasthan. And he has a vast experience in the forest department since 1986. And he started his career as an SCF, and he has got inducted in IFS in 1999. He worked with in different categories, cadres, DCF and CF, and now he is the chief conservator of forest, as well as the director of the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. And today he is going to deliver a talk on very important tiger reserve of the country, Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. And Mr. T.C. Sarma sir, please carry on.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, as everybody knows, the condition of Rajasthan, most of the times, every now and then, we have to face drought regularly. So there is a scarcity of water in and around the Rajasthan area, particularly in tiger reserves also. And Western Rajasthan is, as you know, the average rainfall in the Western Rajasthan is around 200 mm, whereas in the Eastern Rajasthan and at the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, it is 550 mm annual rainfall. So most of the wildlife sanctuaries and tiger reserves, they suffer a lot due to scarcity of water, especially during the pinch period, particularly in the month of April, May, June. And of course, in the month of July, only in the second half of July, we receive rains. So this only in the state of Rajasthan, we have got 3 tiger reserves, and 1/4 is recently announced. The Ranthambore Tiger Reserve and Sariska Tiger Reserve. These famous tiger reserve, everybody knows about these things. These tiger reserve, and the third one is the Mukundra Hills Tiger Reserve. Now, recently, 4th one, Ramgarh Vishdhari Tiger Reserve is announced in 3 months back only. A lot of work has to be done there to establish tiger properly. About Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, actually, this was initially announced. I will show in my presentation, but briefly, I want to introduce that this earlier it was known that the tiger reserve has the carrying capacity of carrying 40 tigers, at the most 40 tigers. But this time, due to hard work of the forest officials, our ground staff, and heavy protections, today we have got 74 tigers in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. And plus, if we add 8 more tigers around the tiger, this Ranthambore, so it will be around 82 tigers. We have got every tiger identity. Each and every tiger has an identity, and we are regularly monitoring these tigers. And if some tiger we are not getting its evidence in our cameras, then we start strict monitoring, place camera at a lot of times, a lot of places, and try to receive the data. But excess tigers, as you know, we keep them in bound or keep them in the boundary. So excess tiger, whenever there is a fight for the territorial fights and other regions, they migrated to the Kota region, up to the Dholpur, and in the part of Madhya Pradesh also, after crossing Chambal River, they go to Madhya Pradesh. So I'm going to actually, we have made some water arrangement last year. Earlier, we used to supply water by tractor and diesel engine pump sets inside the forest area, in the Tiger Project area, particularly Pori area. But these uh, tractors and the diesel engine pump set creates a lot of noise and uh, air pollution. So we have replaced all these points, means around 80% points we have replaced with the solar system. We are lifting water from one place and sending that water through underground pipeline to the water holes. So there is a no noise pollution, no air pollution, silently. And earlier the water holes used to supply 1 or 2 tanker of water, but that was not sufficient for herbivores and carnivores. But this time, since when we are using, particularly in this year only, means in the month from the month of September, October 2020 till now, we are doing all these things, all this management. So I will show you in my slides. So what we are doing this, and this time the tigers are happy in the forest, other herbivores are happy. Earlier, every year, we used to face the problem that in the search of water, animals, including tigers, wild boar, sambar, cheetal, they used to visit nearby villages and their fields and farms and do a lot of troubles. There, a lot of human-animal conflict occurs at that time. But this year, fortunately, we could not face any major problem of human-animal conflict. So I would like to share with my presentation, if you permit me, sir.
Please, sir.
So is it visible, sir?
Not it shared with the screen.
Just a minute, sir. Yeah, okay. So I hope now. Sir, I hope it is visible now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah. Sir. So this is Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. Welcome to the Ranthambore. I am going to present this water management, what we have done in the Ranthambore through slides. So this is a brief introduction, and this is the GT sheet map. If you see downward side, this river is a Chambal river, participating making the boundary of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And this is Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. From both the green area, dark green area, and slight yellow area are the part of this is the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. This dark green area is critical tiger habitat, whereas this yellow area downward is buffer area of this, and this red one is a Kela Devi, part of the Kela Devi sanctuary. Part of the Kela Devi sanctuary is a critical tiger reserve habitat. So again, this is the map showing the same thing, and this is the statistics of this Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. In 1955, the Savai Madhopur Sanctuary was declared under the Wildlife, Animal and Birds Protection Act of Rajasthan. Earlier, its area was 131 square kilometer. Thereafter, in 73, when the Tiger Reserve came into the existence, Tiger Reserve was the one of Tiger Reserve, though it is now presently it is 71,700 square kilometer, but earlier it was around 400 square kilometers. That exact figure I could not mention it. And the Ranthambore National Park, it was declared in 1980 in 282 square kilometers. And later on, the Savai Mansingh Sanctuary, it was declared in 84 and make a part of Tiger Reserve. Now the Tiger entire area, the total area of Tiger Reserve is 1,700 square kilometers. So this is again the what I have narrated earlier, the description of this Tiger Reserve. The same thing, in 2012, the core area of Ranthambore National Tiger Reserve, National Park was declared as a core tiger habitat (CTH). And in 2014, some of the Bondi forest area was also added in the tiger project. So this is the flora and fauna diversity of the tiger project. The tiger project, Ranthambore Tiger Project, is a home of 6 species of cat family, namely tiger, leopard. Tiger, leopard, of course, tiger is this is famous for tiger and associated with the leopard, but the caracal, jungle cat, desert cat, and fishing cat, all other 4 cats are also found in this area. And 4 other species, the canid species, canid families, namely hyena, wolf, jackal, wild oats are also found. 3 species of mongoose, 38 species of mammals, and 315 species of birds, along with the 14 species of reptiles are found. And in flora, we have got 402 species of plants. The major species of this tiger reserve is Anogaceae species, along with
Please continues.
because most of the places are provided with a sufficient of water, reduce carbon emission as the diesel engines and tankers are replaced, human-animal confrontation. We also we could able to reduce these, as I mentioned, and the animal movement migration outside the park was also reduced. And this give major relief to the local people surrounded in the tiger reserve area. And this way we could able to reduce the manpower for the manpower which was involved earlier in the water management. And overall, after all, though I have not mentioned, but we could able to save around 60 lakh rupees per year. But though this is the first year, next year we will able to cover more area, and we could able to save 1 crore rupees per year from the water management, and that money we can use in development of other source of water. As everybody knows that Rajasthan has a lot of step wells. This is one of the step wells. You can see this is just behind those who have visited Ranthambore National Park. Behind the Ganesh temple, there is a big bawdi. We call it bawdi or step well. So this is a pipeline, and there is a submersible pump inside and this this yellow. Along with its, this is not clearly visible, is a cable and is coming from the top of the hill, and this is solar power we have installed at this area. This solar power generate electricity, and that operate that electricity operate this submersible pump, and we bring water up to the top of the hills. And this is the big plateau. Earlier there was no water, and it was very difficult us to supply water in this area. Most of the time, the contractor, they refused to take their tankers up to this place. So it was very difficult to supply water in this area, and the animal living on this plateau, they used to rush down in the nearby villages and create a lot of disturbance. So you can see the amount of water coming through the pipe, and you can see the Guda Talai, where the water is supplied through pipeline, and this tiger family is waiting, means resting in the Talai, this water hole. And this tiger, this is another water hole. Again, this is supplied by supplied water through pipeline. And you can see how comfortable tiger is enjoying this water. This is Jetco water hole. And these all most of these photographs are we captured through camera traps. These camera traps are fixed around these water holes to study that how many animals are coming to these water holes. You see these leopards and these sambars and cheetahs, and again see this sambar. This is a run, though where this is a very difficult point where earlier there was no water, especially during summer season, means from month of the April to June. Not a single drop water used to be there, but this time you can see lot of waters are there, and the sambar without water, you can't imagine their presence at this place. So this is Chinkara. Chinkara, though it is Chinkara is not very much, but in the periphery of this park, Chinkara you can see. This sambar, cheetal again. So all these water we have done in this Ranthambore Tiger project through water management, though there are a lot of things to share about the Ranthambore, but I took this topic because this is recent and very new, and all these things we have done this year only. So thank you very much for patient sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verma, for a nice presentation. Over to chairperson of the session, Dr. Vijay Kumar, for conclusion and comments. Dr. Vijay Kumar. Sir, please open your mic.
Yeah, please.
It is mute. Okay, okay.
Mr. T.C. Verma has given a very enlightened talk, and he has literally taken us to the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. And many people may not even seen the Tiger Reserve, and it is very nice to see all these things. Sir, you told the tiger population has increased to 82. What about the population of caracal?
Sir, caracal population is very thin in Ranthambore, particularly in the core area of Tiger Reserve. We don't have much population, hardly any picture be captured in the camera trap. But in the periphery and in the buffer part of the Ranthambore, especially in the Keladevi Sanctuary, which is of course that area is also part of the Ranthambore, their tiger numbers are very less. So we frequently come across with the caracal, and we are regularly getting caracals photograph, photo trap, entire caracal family photograph we took from the Keladevi Sanctuary. And of course, in the periphery of Ranthambore also, we capture lot many caracal photographs. But in the core area and CTH area, it is difficult to find caracal. But sometimes we come across caracal and we get photograph.
Sir, you said the tigers moves.
Sir, just a minute. One question from here. I am Dr. S. N. Dwivedi, Professor of Botany. Mr. Verma, I want to know that what is the exact number of tigers in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve at present today?
Okay. Let me know. As
Okay, sir.
day before yesterday, there was the total number of tigers were 73. 71, 71,
70.
including 20
And what?
male, 20 male, 30 female, and 21
Okay, sir.
sub-adults and cub. And that yesterday only, we took
Ah.
photograph of 3 cubs yesterday only. So now
Okay, sir.
today our population has increased to 74, and we can say now the cubs and sub-adults are 24.
And sir, out of these 71, whether there is any white tigers which are as Bukunpur safari and released where in India? White tigers is there or not?
No, we don't have white tiger here, and we never we never witnessed any white tiger in Ranthambore area in Rajasthan, sir.
There are only yellow tigers.
Yeah, only the yellow tigers who
White
These are-
tigers,
these
white
are the
tigers you
yellow
will find only in Rewa.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Actually, sir,
About-
I would like to
Yeah.
know whether any estimate has been done in your area, the home range of tigers.
Pardon, I could not.
The home range of tigers.
Okay, sir. Please conclude the session.
सर वर्मा सर, हाँ सर, एक न्यूज आई हुई थी यहाँ कि रणथंभौर के टाइगर्स जो है वो कूनों में आ जाते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश के कूनों में जो श्योपुर में है। तो और अभी आया है कि 12 साल बाद एक टाइगर जो है वापस आया है रणथंभौर के लिए।
मैं जस्ट उसी पे मैं थोड़ा बताना चाहूंगा। एक्चुअली कूनो जो है हमारे रणथंभौर के पास में, चंबल क्रॉस करके उस इलाके में टाइगर जाते रहते हैं, इवन मध्य प्रदेश में जाते हैं। एक बार एक टाइगर दतिया तक पहुंचा, वो उसको हम लोगों ने 2013 में उसको पीछा करते हुए गए। वो टाइगर दतिया में जाके वो वापस आया। दैट टाइगर गोज अप टू मथुरा, वापस आया कि इसमें घना बर्ड सेंचुरी में भी गया। वहां से फिर वो उसकी डेथ हो गई थी किसी रीजन से, मे बी व्हाटएवर वाज द रीजन। तो इतना ये माइग्रेशन इधर से उधर होता रहता है। अभी भी हमारे कुछ टाइगर्स जो इधर नहीं आ रहे कैमरा टेप में, हम अज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि दोज टाइगर्स मस्ट हैव गॉन टू द कूनो और समवेयर इन मध्य प्रदेश। तो मध्य प्रदेश में जो टाइगर जा रहे हैं, बट मध्य प्रदेश अथॉरिटी से हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कूनो में कि अगर हमारा टाइगर का मूवमेंट है तो प्लीज हमें बताएं, सो दैट वी कैन record that and we update our cash book, update our record, means whatever you understand. So we request, but the problem is there that someone told me, and that without mentioning his name, I would like to correct it. Of course, the tiger from Ranthambore visited that area, but since the Kuno is now hotspot and means WIA also visited that area, and shortly this cheetah is going to introduce in that particular area. So they don't want to show that the tigers are living in this area. So whatever region may be there, and the question was raised that one tiger in the year 2010, 10 or 11, one tiger, its name was T38. It left Rajasthan and went to Kuno and remained there for 10-11 years. And suddenly early this year, that tiger appears on our camera track. So first we found, since the tiger returned back to Rajasthan. Now the tiger is in old age, so the body is shrink slightly. So surprisingly, we thought that this is a new tiger cub and could not captured in camera. So we thought that this must be some cub of any tigress. But after matching their identities from our photographs and this, we found that it was a T38. We left that tiger left this Ranthambore and went to Puno and returned back into Ranthambore after 11 years. So this happens. Maybe in future also we could able to get some tigers returned back from.
I am open for the floor. If any questions, please.
क्या सर पूनो से इसके लिए रणथंभौर के लिए कोई सुरक्षित कॉरिडोर है क्या सर?
सर मध्य यहाँ रणथंभौर से रणथंभौर और केला देवी सेंचुरी जो ग्रेटर रणथंभौर वी कैन से इस इलाके से बहुत रिवाइन से फॉरेस्ट से लगती हुई एंड जस्ट आफ्टर रिवाइन चंबल नदी है तो उसको सेफ पैसेज राजस्थान में मिल जाता है एंड एडजॉइनिंग एरिया में पर्टिकुलरली श्योपुर के जंगल है इधर है तो उसमें इसको तो उधर भी रिवाइंस है तो उन रिवाइंस को क्रॉस करता हुआ जंगल और गांव से होता हुआ इजीली बड़ा सेफ कॉरिडोर है कोई इश्यू नहीं है ऐसा अगर उस इलाके में कुछ प्रोटेक्शन रहे जैसे रणथंभौर जैसा तो ये हो सकता है कि उस इलाके में यहाँ से जो भी सरप्लस टाइगर होंगे वो वहां जा सकते हैं मेक ए बिग टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट एरिया इन दैट एरिया दैट Puno and other places in Madhya Pradesh.
Sir, how many tigers in Alwar now? We have heard that from Ranthambore you have relocated some tigers in Sariska, Alwar.
Yeah, actually Ranthambore से सरिस्का में हमने 2005 में जब टाइगर वहाँ खत्म हुए थे उसके बाद में बहुत सारे कमिटीज बनी बहुत सारे रिकमेंडेशंस आने के बाद में we have translocated around 8 tigers in Sariska and वो जो सब गए उनके बाद में उनको रेड कॉलर लगाए कुछ टाइगर्स की किसी कारण से वहाँ डेथ भी हो गई बट that area is very well populated by tigers and their cubs and now the total tiger number in Sariska is 23 and recently we received a permission from NTCA and wildlife government of India BG Wildlife, Government of India, to transfer one tigress from Ranthambore to Sariska. And we are waiting permission from the state government. As soon as we receive permission from the government of Rajasthan, we will transfer the tigress also. And we have also requested the state government that we want to translocate some of the tigers from Rajasthan. From 7-8 tigers from the Rajasthan to other areas wherever government feel fit to transfer those tigers. So we are waiting the permission.
So what about Mukundra Hills? How many over there?
At the Mukundra Hills, presently one tiger is there. And the government is planning to translocate some of the tigers to Mukundra Hills. Recently, WII team visited the Mukundra Hill and they will give their suggestions and their recommendations that how many tigers need to be shifted to Mukundra Hills.
Now only one more
Thank you,
question.
sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
One more question.
Perhaps there is no more question. Chairperson, please conclude the session.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So I am requesting the co-chair, Dr. Khurshid Ahmad, to conclude the session.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I will compliment the organizer, Mr. Mishra Sahab, and the chairman of this session, and the lead speaker, Mr. Verma Sahab, for the wonderful talk that he has given about the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. So Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, as we know, is one of the best managed national parks in the country. And it is good to know about some of the new initiatives that they have taken, the management has taken towards the management and conservation of this wildlife, particularly with tiger and other fauna. And it is good also to know that they have been able to pull back the money that they are earning through the entry fees, and they have been using that money for the management purposes. That's a very wonderful initiative and very wonderful talk, and we have been able to get more information about the this very important national park of the country. Thank you, Mr. Varma.
Actually, very important thing is Rajasthan is a dry land where rainfall is a constraint, and tiger is a water lover. So the water
Right.
management has been done in Ranthambore. It was excellent. That is
Yes, that's
excellent
what-
management. It is taken care of. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for a very informative and very nice talk on the Ranthambore Tiger Reserves. And thanks is due to Dr. S.S. Samant and Dr. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Khurshid Ahmed are the chair. Once again, thanks you all of you. And now we move to our next session.
Thank you all of you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Thank you all of
Kumar,
you.
Dr. T.C.
Thank you. Thank you,
Verma Saab,
Thank you.
Khurshid ji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving towards our next session. The chairperson of the session is Mr. Prashant Kumar Pandit, IFS, ex-CC of West Bengal. Mr. Pandit, okay, sir. Co-chairperson is myself, Dr. S. N. Dwivedi, Professor of Botany. And the eminent speaker of the session is Dr. R.K. Singh, Dr. P.K. Singh, Mr. P.K. Singh, IFS, APCCF, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. P.K. Singh, IFS, he is the eminent speaker of this session, and he will be delivered his talk on flora, fauna, forest biodiversity, and the white tiger safari Mukundpur, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. I may request to the chairperson, co-chairperson of the session, please submit a brief biodata of our eminent speaker and proceed over the session. Dr. Pandit, have you the biodata of speaker? My voice is clear to you? Please mute your mic. Mr. Pandit? Mute. Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Have you the biodata of our speaker?
Yes. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce Sri Pramod Kumar Singh, IFS, 1980-90 batch. He is born in actually Uttar Pradesh, but after completion of IFS, is allotted to Madhya Pradesh cadre. He has a strong academic career. He did BE Civil from Government Engineering College, Rewa. Then he did MTech from IIT Kanpur. Then he did also MPhil from Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. He is academically very strong. Then he joined in Indian Forest Service India 1998 and completed his training in 1990 and allotted to, as I told you earlier, the Madhya Pradesh cadre. They are posted in different divisions. He was SDO Noradehi Wildlife Forest Division, DFO Noradehi Wildlife Forest Division, DCF PCCF Office, Center for Social Forestry and Eco-Rehabilitation, Allahabad Center for Forestry Research and Human Resource Development, Satellite Center of TFRI, was DCF Coordination, Divisional Forest Officer Shiopur Kala, Divisional Forester Shivpuri. Then after that, he actually went for study leave for MPhil at IFM Bhopal. Then he was again posted as a DCF Sure and Divisional Forest Officer, Harda Division Production, West Chindwara Division, and other many divisions he held charge. Then he became CF and whole CF development at PCCF office, CF administration, non-gazetted at PCCF office, CF working plan, CF Guna. Then he promoted to CCF and he was a CCF Rewa for almost 3 years. Then CCF at PCCF office. Then he promoted to APCCF and presently posted as additional MD. MP Minor Forest Produce Federation at Bhopal. So this is he is academically and administratively very strong, and he has lot of knowledge. And his knowledge he has published. Moreover, he wrote 2 books on forest resource of Mukundapur, Satna, Madhya Pradesh, India, and threats and conservation status and assessment of richness of diversity in Lambert. Moreover, he published 15 articles in different national and internationally famous journals. So it proves that Singh Saab is very academically, administratively very strong. So I would request you to continue his lecture, and I am giving your permission because I am acting as a acting as a registrar of a newly created university. So a lot of work is here. So please continue, Singh Saab.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. I am presently posted in MP Minor Forest Produce Federation in MP. Actually, I have a two presentation in 2040 this allotted time. First is the assessment of species of diversity in the Mukundpur range. So, and the second, a second presentation is for Mukundpur Zoo, which I was involved in just planning, even implementation, and then after the the recognition of as a zoo. That was up to that time I was involved. So I will have the second presentation for that Mukundpur Zoo. Now, assessment of species diversity in Mukundpur range. First, first I want to discuss about about Mukundpur. The range has an area of 589. 111.55 square kilometer of forest area, and geographical area is 589 point, just 19%, nearly 19% of the forest this range have, and mainly this forest. Mainly sal forest is very little, mixed forest 440 nearly 440 square kilometer of the forest area, and mean rainfall is 904 mm. This area receives, and this is a mid-June to middle of September, and receive precipitation. Average rainy days are 33 to 38 days.
जल्दी से आओ, ये शेयर नहीं हो रहा कैसे हो?
30 to 38 days. The temperature average minimum is 8.5, that is receives in January, and average maximum temperature 43 in May, and just trying here. And relative humidity is 81.6 in September, and relative humidity minimum is 31.76. I want to show with the slide. Yes. Is it visible? नहीं यार. Yeah. in this assessment, I have done this is the forest. I have seen there's area distribution, rainfall I have discussed, and this humidity methodology. We have used this vegetation sampling method, and we have done the assessment of trees, shrubs, lianas, and grass in vegetation, and stratified systematic random sampling method has been used for sampling the vegetation. And in this, the working plan code of Madhya Pradesh Forest Department has been used. The number of sample points calculated, this formula is even, and with this formula, I have taken the study area of Mukundpur range and whole division, and then we followed small p, the proportion of the and q is 1 minus p, just proportion that number of tree appears in whole division and proportion in the study area compared to the same type volume of tree, the minimum per दिख रहा हो दिख रहा नहीं हेलो सर
Please continue.
हाँ दिख रहा ना
Yes, yes.
हाँ
Visible.
ठीक चलो
Continue कीजिए सर.
हाँ सर ठीक सर
Okay.
In this way we have taken the calculation and we studied 95 point number of sample points we have calculated, and we have taken the topo sheet of that Mukundpur range, and we have demarcated just 30 by 30 interval, and with this 30 by 30 interval we have received 151 point, keeping in view with the 95 sample points. With each point we have the longitude and latitude of the longitude and latitude of the seed sample point, and with that I have gone to each point and with GPS, and then at each point we have drawn that 1.16 hectare of sample plot, and sample plot we have a quadrate of 9 quadrate 2 by 2. In one in that area we have calculated the number of trees, shrubs and lianas, and in 2 by 2 herbs, grasses and herbs and grasses. In this way we have developed sample point, and we have calculated the frequency, density, basal area of tree, herb, shrub, club, various one, and then IVI of the IVI IVI calculation of importance value, trees, shrubs, lianas, and then the important object we have come after calculation of IVI, we have gone to the categorization into threat category. For that we have used the normal distribution principles that is given in the statistical book that allows that principle states that the IVI, we have to calculate mean of the IVI of every tree, herb, shrub and grasses, standard deviation, and this states that the 68% of the species will rely on mu plus mu minus sigma of 2, mu plus 1 sigma, and mu minus 2.58 sigma to mu plus 258 sigma. 95% of the species will lie, and this and 99% 2.58, mu minus 2.58 and mu plus 2.58, that will be 99% of the probability species will lie. Beyond that, the categorization appears, and categorization I have done the safer side. We have taken mu minus 2 sigma, mu plus 2 sigma, mu plus 2, and categorization is done like this in this paper. IVI less than 1% is more critically endangered at the local level. At Mukundpur range, we have calculated the species of trees, herbs, shrub, grasses, everything which is category 4. That is, we have decided it category 4, and IVI 1 to 5% we have calculated category 3, and we have categorized category 2 5% to 32% IVI. This is the and IVI greater than mu minus sigma, we have abundant least concern means species which are having more than IVI more than mu minus sigma are greater than, that is our least concern, and this category 2 will be little dangerous, and category 3 is about to be disturbed, and category 4 it is really critical. We have to save at local level. This formula we have used, and on this category 3 categorization, we have then calculated various species of tree. For one tree category, I am showing the calculation for that tree categories. Relative importance IVI, there are 58 tree species observed in this whole area, and that standard error and had been substituted for that just 58. Standard error in this calculation has been made for that. IVI that mu plus 7.12 3 point, though areas if mu minus 3 sigma is less than 0.68, that species is critically endangered, and that basis I have categorized these species. Category 3, category 1, category 2, we have given the command for category every 58 type of category, and we have produced the result given below. In this category 3, we have given we have made the error, and on that basis we have result. We have found that in category 4 for tree there is no species. Category 3 there are 33. There are 33 species. Category 2 there are 14 species, and category 1 these are abundant. There are 11 species. Same result of we have calculated for the shrubs with threat and conservation categories. One category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4. Shrubs also we have category 4 there is no species. Category 3 11 species. Category 8 category 2 8 species. Category 1 9 species. Similarly, lineage there are 9 total. We have found in which 4 are critically endangered category. Category 4 3 species is more disturbed. We means mu minus 3 sigma से बाहर जा रही, means की the category 4 वाली species they are more threatened at local level for lineage. Similarly, we have calculated for herbs. Herbs there is no for category 4 there is no species. Category 3 5 species. Category 2 8 species. Category 1 7 species. Similarly, for grasses, we have done this IVI analysis for grasses, and results are like this. The 6 species are in category 4. So in lineage and this lineage and grasses, we have threat categories of these species like at local level at Mukundpur range. Then same thing I have categorized here: category 1, category 2 with threat and conservation institution and vegetation type. Now, in order to analyze the diversity index, we have already listed Shannon and Wheeler, but we developed our own methodology using ANOVA. Variance is a statistical term which defines the diversity in any field in statistical parameters. So we have done the two-way analysis of variance. for threat and conservation category and within vegetation type, and decision rules is that if F calculated, what means ANOVA calculated, and a table value for different is less than null hypothesis not rejected, it means there is no significant difference in variance of number of species and average IVI between threat and conservation categories. Similarly, F calculated greater than null hypothesis is rejected. It means there is a significant variation. Similar type of 5% we have calculated for table 1. This table, threat and conservation category, and we see that F tabulated is 3.49 and F calculated is 1.6. So tabulated between threat category, number of vegetation type is taken threat categories, F calculated is less than F tabulated. It means there is no significant difference. It means the diversity is poor in this. In case of threat and conservation category is good, but here also between vegetation type it is less than 3.26. So the number of vegetation type is also non-significant in this result indicates. Now I want to develop a method by which the area, how it can be improved so that diversity index should be greater than 2 or more diversity improved. So we tried 3.26 value as taken. We have to increase it 3.22 and revised modified ANOVA table. We have calculated 3.26 and back calculation. We have made 3.26, then this, and then we have calculated this whole. Then F calculated is less than threat and conservation category is this one, and we have at the same time increased the number of trees and number of tree elevation. For that we have used various standard simplex method operation research analysis. We have used the iteration method that is used in mechanical engineering, and that is called optimization technique. With this optimization technique, we have developed achieved the 5 criteria in which the trees, the maximum is coming from 155. It means if we have 155 total vegetation type in terms of grasses, trees, shrubs, herbs, and lineage 30, then we should be optimum diversity at that. Over 155, the area will be significant in diversity index. The same solution, condition 3 is give the, so we require 58 trees, 28, 30 lineage minimum number, total 155 species to significant diversity number, and 22 4 more lineage type types of species we require to enrich the study of the area. This is the method we have used in, actually it will be used the study. It gives how the area, what type of species we should conserve, which are in difficulty, which should be preserved, and how the area should be made rich. With this condition, this is the first presentation, and second, I want to talk about the Mukundpur range. Mukundpur range, there are yes, objective. Mukundpur range was actually the chronology of events, I want to discuss the first sanction was given by 31st/3/2009 by Madhya Pradesh, by Principal Chief Conservator of Forest. In MP government has given the permission in 4th May 2009. Then CJDA has given 5th July of the 210 and 5,210, and we have taken the permission from Honorable Supreme Court 30th March 2011, and we then approached for CJDA. This is the vision, mission, strategy, objectives. These we have created for this Muskundpur Zoo, and आगे चलो next. Then we have created उसी में चलो दो दूसरा. We have developed a master plan of the Mukundpur Zoo like this. Here you see the approval was पूरा चित्र दिखाओ. This is given, and that Central Zoo Authority has given this this permission for constructing layout plan. After that layout plan, we have developed the master plan. It is the last page of the master plan, which was sanctioned by CJDA. The last master plan was sanctioned at 13th August 13th, and work was started after 13th. अगली स्लाइड. Then we have developed the enclosure maps for tiger safari. ये के बाद है, के बाद और दिखाओ. चलो. This is the layout plan for white tiger safari that was developed. Again, next. This is for white tiger. This layout plan for white tiger. Then this for yellow tiger. This is Royal Bengal tiger. This is drawing for lion. This is for panther. This is for sloth bear. This is my type. This was I have constructed it. Then we have started our construction. Construction की सभी दिखा. चलो दिखा. How this construction was started? And how the main gate we have developed it. This was in this form. Then we have concreting, shotcreting we call rock texture. This was the design of moat. Then under moat we have started this construction, base slab and stem reinforcement. Then this is for safari, fencing of arena. Fencing of arena we have the work. Then again whole construction is going on for that. That crawl is night house that is developing. Initial night house for safari. Night house. See the night house. Brickwork, crawl. We have constructed. This is white turbine, wind turbine that we have exhaust, plaster that was going on under construction work. This is a bridge I have constructed for the movement of work, and that was the river Bihar. This is a wall design for in that area, boundary wall. This is for tiger safari, main gate emergency gate safari, and this type we have able to final shape up of this. These are the safaris chain link. We have just used this JCB to tie down this whole pillar and that curtain wall for construction, then chain link fixing safari, that exhibition gallery we have developed. We have exhibit gallery during the construction. This is Safari's night house. Yeah, these are the for the safari fencing poles. How much it is tedious it was doing the fencing. That the safari fencing, how we have erected it. That was the some problem. We are discussing that foundation, fencing foundation, safari night house foundation, then the crawl development, crawl. This is the crawl, safari crawl. This, then this was during their construction. Inspection by senior officers from Central Zoo Authority. Central Zoo Authority persons have visited this area. This chain link fencing. This was the visit. This was it was a visit made by Central Zoo. The layout plan was discussed. Master plan, layout plan. Then the final for the safari. There are different members. They have visited this. Then it proves the constructed part. These are the modes that were developed for. This is again our PCCF visited. This is the tonal member secretary of that. He has visited whole of our constructions. This is the. It was honorable at that time, Mr. Rajan Shukla. He was his initiative. It was created. Then these are the whole. This minister visited by this visiting gallery that was taken from. This is the completed of this is the gate. This is when that is Mukundpur view gate. आगे नीचे gate, parking, again parking, stand, cafeteria, this souvenir shop, structurally designed bamboo souvenir shop. So this is the outer look, then gate, then this is the arena of that area. This is the administrative building. This is the road floor, this corporate, White Tiger Safari. This is the road, Aram display area. The tunnel. This is safari, this is a lion, this is panther enclosure. Panther enclosure. This is bear enclosure. Then again, crawl light to display of the sambar, black buck. This is for sitting for the bridge, parking. दिखा दीजिए धीरे धीरे तेज हो गया. This is left. This is hut. Sit out. I'm India का page number 2. Again, panther enclosure, sloth bear. This is enclosed gate. This is your vehicle. White the main gate. These are the photographs. Water point and toilets. The White Tiger Safari, this is developed on the name of Mohan, and that was the outer area of that. This is the visitor gallery that is what developed, existing visitor gallery. Various amenities that have been created, lighthouse inside, tiger, white tiger. This is the veterinary, and this is white tiger in safari. This is the white tiger safari. This is the pond. Then another pond. Veterinary facilities, food store. That don't need that was in first. Okay. This is the some of the Maharaja what some animals.
Mr. Singh, have you finished your talk?
Yes, just I finished.
Okay.
Just I want to show the picture.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
I have just finished. I want to show there some animals.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And now over to our chairperson for the comments and conclusion. And perhaps he is not in the Mr. Pandit. I once again move to Mr. Pandit. Perhaps he is not in the link. Therefore, as a co-chairperson, I am here to conclude the talk of Mr. P.K. Singh. Before going through the conclusion, I may request to audience, if you have any discussion and queries, you may ask the question from Mr. Singh. Any question from the audience?
Yes, please.
Okay, sir. You may ask.
Yes, what is the total area of the safari park?
100 hectare, 250 acre.
Mukundapur is where it is?
It is in Satna district.
Satna district.
Yes. Yeah, Riva, but it is just 24.
Riva.
Only 20 kilometers from Riva, but Satna district, sir.
Sadol and Riva.
No, Sadol is another.
Another district.
Oh, nice.
Riva headquarters is
Riva I have visited. I know.
For Riva, it is very close. I would like to see. I would like to request everyone to visit that zoo created by us. Our our convener, Sri Misraji, was very helpful at that time when we are constructing this facilities, and he was the main evidence of living evidence of that Mukundpur Zoo from my side.
One question is,
yes,
white tiger needs special habitat or controlled habitat. Is it required? Openly they will survive?
No, openly we provide meat them. We provide separate meat.
No, the environment, that is what is
environment we have seen whole camouflaged with this natural environment.
It is artificially made.
Artificially and then natural. Both we have mixed it.
Okay. That is because it's a white tigers are very sensitive. They unlike the normal tiger, the white tigers are very sensitive. Okay. Odisha has some population. Odisha has some population.
Sir,
Mr. Singh, I want to ask you one question.
महाराजा
yes, please.
सीधी के फॉरेस्ट से इसको कब को प्राप्त किया था मोहन को फर्स्ट व्हाइट टाइगर रीवा का
first white tiger was obtained in 1951 by Raja Martan Singh Ji. He has taken that in this Govindgarh in his palace, and then they have modeled. Then they have developed in F2 generation that has created and distributed.
Very good.
Mr. Singh, I wanted to request you, the counting of trees, lianas, grasses, which you have done, the methodology you have used, have you published it somewhere?
Yes.
Otherwise, I will request you for your PPT presentations. We are asking our students also to.
I have published.
Sir, so may I have the link, please, for the paper and.
Paper I can write. This is the paper assessment of richness of diversity between that in Journal of Agriculture and Ecology Research International.
Which year, sir?
In 2018.
Okay. So that we will see, sir. I'll ask
Yeah.
for your,
Okay.
if you can share your email.
Sure. I will share. My convener, Misra ji, has my email.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Any question more? Okay. Now I would like to conclude the whole session and imminent work of Mr. P.K. Singh. Since the P.K. Singh have very nice and lucid relations with Riva. First of all, he has been the students of engineering at Government Engineering College, Riva. Secondly, he have spent a very nice time as a forest officer in Riva, and he took pen to formulate the various projects, including the forest of Riva, Satna, Siti, and Sagaroli districts. His work plan is even today moving here smoothly. And last but not the least, he have took pen to spend the very nice and very peculiar days to construct and develop the White Tiger Safari, which is only 20 kilometers from Riva. As he has mentioned, that first White Tiger
Safari
as a cup was caught by Maharaja of Riva come in 1951, and since then there is a very vast and a very good generation of white tigers all over the world. In the memory of that white tiger movement, we have a safari just near to Riva, and we wish to our audience that if you have a chance to come to Riva, please see the safari. It
Sir,
is
any breeding of white tigers also going on? Breeding
No.
of white tigers?
There is a project for breeding proposed at Govindgarh, but it is still in planning stage.
Okay, sir.
There was a,
we have seen several times white tigers in Mukunpur Safari, and Mr. Singh have recall our memory by showing the nice photographs which he have been raised from his own efforts from the various parts and various steps of safari, right, of construction to development of safari, right from the investigations and other aspects he have covered, along with the floristic diversity of herbs, shrub, trees, lianas, and climbers. Mostly where the safaris is located, it is in the range of beautiful hills. We once again thanks to Mr. Singh for a nice presentation, and to our audience for patience listening this lecture. Thank you.
Sir, before conclusion, I would like to know whether it is advisable to breed white tigers.
There is a schedule of procedure provided by under the guidance of CJD and NTCA. We are planning to under that SOPs.
But actually, white tigers are not actually the regular ones.
Regular, not one. They are not
they are
in
albinos.
The field. They are in
and
only
they
zoos.
will have problems if they are released in wild because they will not be able to survive.
There is a matter of investigation and research. Will they survive or not? For that, we have to work in that. Actually, it is planned in Riva, in Govindgarh, white tiger breeding center, but it is not still in plan stage. At present, it has to be planned, and we have imagined that if you can, if that area would we have planned for that breeding center, that if trial in this long jungles, for that we have just modeled it, but it is not as to appearing it, but in the guidance of CJD and NTCA, it is permissible. If we have got the permission for that also.
Sir, one more thing I want to add up.
Sir,
I
sir.
am retired Professor Satyanarayana
Sir.
from the Department of Wildlife Biology, ABC College.
Sir.
Actually, the problem is that white tiger is only in the captive, but it's not supposed to be released, because once we release the white tiger, it will actively contaminate the gene pool of the original stock. So
Very true.
It is not to be advisable to release this. It will have
very true. I agree.
It will contaminate.
It will not will, but it can for sale. It can survive in whole world. It can that for study for that purposes. It can be a center also. White tiger.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be in the captive breeding program. That is very good, very good. Captive breeding program is excellent. Only for not releasing into the wild.
Not releasing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Misra ji ko pranam boliye.
Now we move to towards our next session. The eminent speaker of this session is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, retired Joint Director and Scientist, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible to everyone, sir.
Okay, you are audible. You prepare your slide the presentation.
Yeah, I'll be putting up my present.
Mr. A. Sankaran. Mr. A. Sankaran is chairperson of the session. And Dr. C. Kandipan. Mr. A. Sankaran and C. Sandipan is not in the link. Perhaps they are engaged in Elizabeth. However, I may request to Mr. Ansari, Dr. Ansari. Dr. Ansari is with us, and he is well known to various persons, various talks pertaining to this webinar. Therefore, I once again request to Dr. Ansari, please take over the session chair, and before presenting the eminent work, just for a few minutes, on behalf of Dr. Ansari, I would like to submit the brief biodata of the speaker. I myself, Dr. S. N. Dwivedi, would like to submit a brief biodata, and after submission of the biodata, in the chairship of Dr. Ansari, the speaker will present his talk. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar is a contributor research work in the field of taxonomy, morphology, and systematic botany, especially in the various aspects of faunal components. He has worked in 4 major ecosystems of India, that is high altitude Himalayan, ecosystem of northwest Himalayan, rainforest, and coastal marine ecosystem on Andaman and Nicobar Islands, desert ecosystem of Rajasthan and Gujarat, including coastal marine ecosystem. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar has graduated from Delhi University and PhD from School of Entomology, St. John's College, Agra University, Agra, on wetland fauna and ecology of high altitude lakes. He has been engaged in several societies and joined the Zoological Survey of India some in 1990 at Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and worked for 4 years in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Made a significant contribution in the faunal diversity of the country. So far, they have 12 books on the fauna of wetlands and protected areas of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and contributed more than 300 research papers of his credit. With this brief biodata, I may request to Dr. Ansari to preside over the session.
Okay, thank you.
And request to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, please deliver his talk on the fauna of PS Rajasthan and Gujarat.
Please,
Over to
very
you.
very good topic. Yes, please. That is IPSI. We are registering organization. So please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, please start your talk.
Sir,
Dr.
shall I
Singh,
start my
Okay.
deliberation,
Yes,
sir?
Yes,
Your
please.
slide is full in the
Okay,
screen.
sir. So,
Please.
so thank you very much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to address the August gathering of scientists and people, those who are working on biodiversity component of this environment. Since I've been assigned the work to speak on fauna of protected areas of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and pertinently, I would prefer to say that I have a little contribution also made on protected areas in Gujarat for a period of last 25 years. Speaks of, I have worked in 4 different ecosystems in the country, and fortunate enough that I could get majority of my service career dealing with protected areas of both Rajasthan and Gujarat. I'll be just taking to a because this topic has got a meaning in its own statement. Protected areas. Protected area, for that matter, has got its importance, and why and what for. We are going to evaluate that. Protected areas, as we say in terms of fauna, particularly for Rajasthan and Gujarat, immediately it comes to our mind the icon species of these 2 states. So Rajasthan is having tiger and Gujarat is having lion. These are 2 icon species which present the state's status of faunal component on the apex of the hierarchy in animal kingdom. As we all know that these protected areas, they were what they are today. They were earlier hunting places, reserves of earlier erstwhile Maharajas in India. And after independence, gradually we started to declare all these places as national parks and sanctuaries. Even some were upgraded up to a biosphere reserve and World Heritage sites. Even tiger reserves were made, as we have got in Rajasthan 2 tiger reserves and 1 biosphere reserve in Gujarat, formed in 2005. I could say here that I'm one of the person who actually initiated this program to have a biosphere reserve in Gujarat, although it was started with the intention to have it in Rajasthan. But unfortunately, the environment, the administrative and the word environment of the state was not very conducive at that point of time. And finally, we could have had a Kutch Biosphere Reserve in Gujarat in 2005. We have got a World Heritage Site, Kevaladi National Park in Rajasthan. But why these national parks and sanctuaries are to be made as protected? Why? Because we have seen there are very prominent reasons for it. We are doing large scale deforestation, introduction of human activities in every area, even in desolate areas of our country. And I'm going to just go ahead of speaking some of those hard things which we are doing right now, and creating very many issues. I don't say problems, but issues. Increase in human and cattle population. I am putting it up. It is not alone human population, but in terms of Rajasthan and Gujarat, if you see, cattle population has become a very prominent reason of having affecting the diversity of not alone animals, but of as such a whole biodiversity. These all lead to habitat destruction, and therefore agencies like government has to create protected areas so that we can conserve our meaningful wildlife which we have, because of which the entire ecosystem is working. of this country. This is just a framework of map I am showing, that how Rajasthan and Gujarat looks like and how they have sharing boundary with each other. So this is the framework where we have got Rajasthan and Gujarat, and almost 1/3, little more than 1/3 of the portion of both these states are having dry, we call it as desert. So desert is desert, but the desert of Rajasthan is dual ecosystem. Desert of is not Ran. I'm putting it. Ran is a very unique word which is speaks about the slide ending into sea. So we have got Ran in Gujarat portion and dual ecosystem in Rajasthan. Geographically, if we see, particularly in terms of Rajasthan, these protected areas which we have, they fall within the of biogeographic zone 3rd A, desert Thar, 4B, semi-arid Gujtana. Whereas in Gujarat part, they fall in biogeographic zone 3rd B, the Indian desert, that is called Kutch, zone 4B, the semi-arid Gujarat Rajputana, zone 5A and 5B, the parts, or the Malabar plains, and the mountains and zone 8A, the coast of, or we call it as a west coast. There are two, west coast or east coast. So we have got a west coast here. Their distribution of each protected area is detailed below, which I'll take up later. But I'll definitely put on to some of those important things. These two states are having a very rich biodiversity, although the entire country is having very rich biodiversity. But there are very iconic species which we have in our area. The Asiatic lion, as I said earlier, the wildest, only found in Gujarat, whereas in Rajasthan, very good population of tiger in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, or right now even in Sariska, we have introduced the one, is there. A total of 229 species of inland water fishes are found in this region. 19 species of amphibians are found. 114 species of reptiles are found.
Excuse me, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, your
Yes,
slide
sir.
is not moving. It is stable. The first slide is visible in our screen.
So then geography. Now it has come? No.
No, the first slide is visible in our screen.
But then subsequent ones are not seen.
Okay, sir. Subsequent slides are not visible in our screen.
I'll put it again, sir. I'll try to put it again, because I thought
Your
right
voice
now
is
is it visible?
No, it is not visible. Your voice
No,
is good
it's only
coming in.
Pardon?
Both are not visible.
The slide is not visible, sir.
Okay, I'll put it again. I'll just see that how best I can do that, sir.
Your first slide was in our screen. First slide.
I'll repeat. I'll go again to the same window. No, not this window, but I'm going to put it on tab. Okay. Okay, no. Just wait for a minute, sir. I'll just see that. Okay. Is it seen now, sir? Is
Not
it
at
visible?
all. Yes, sir. It is coming. The
It is
first
coming.
slide. Now
First.
move to the next slide. Okay,
Second
sir.
is seen.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now it is visible. So I go on with this setup. Okay, sir.
Second beautiful slide.
And third, I have already talked about this part.
Okay.
Okay. This
Okay,
is
nice
fourth
model.
one.
Please
Yeah,
continue.
this I was talking, as I said earlier, that how the geographical setup of Rajasthan and Gujarat, they share boundary with these two states, because I'll be focusing all my talk on Rajasthan and Gujarat. Therefore, I have just shown a very formal picture of how Rajasthan and Gujarat is. As I said earlier also, that 1/3 of the portion of this is both in the state of Rajasthan and Gujarat are called dry or desert. The Rajasthan desert is dual ecosystem, whereas Gujarat desert is a saline desert, or peculiarly termed as Ran. Ran is a very peculiar term spoken here in our country alone. Geographically, as I spoke, again I'll repeat that how these protected areas fall within the biogeographic zone in these two states. They are Thar Desert, semi-arid part of Gujarat Rajputana, whereas in Gujarat, division is much more. That is 3B, the Indian Desert Kutch, 4B, semi-arid Gujarat Rajputana, 5A and B, the Western Ghats and the Malabar Plains, that is adjoining the Malabar Plains and the mountains, and 8A is the coastal part, that is west coast of India. The entire Gujarat coast is part of it is called West Coast. So these are prominently the geographic part under which all these protected areas fall within. Then yes. Now as we need to discuss that why these protected areas are so important, and what is that which has made us to put them on our canvas of the country. Why? Because alone in Rajasthan and Gujarat, a total of 229 species inland water fishes are found, 19 species of amphibians, 114 species of reptiles, and almost 489 species of apes. Besides, 81 species of mammals are so far recorded from the two states together. If we club the species, animals, because although number of animal species recorded from invertebrate faunal groups. So from protozoa to echinodermata, if we go into that detail, this accounts more than 4,000 species, which is again a meager one because not much has been worked out. As you all know, across those who deal with the invertebrate, with the faunal component, invertebrates are less dealt because of paucity of specialists and scientists found across the country, whereas the higher group, the vertebrate part, as I emphasized here, are prominently seen. But then these numbers also speaks about the state of affair or the faunal diversity in these two states. What we feel that these protected areas are basically what is their characteristic for faunal adaptation. They are part of the dry deciduous forest, xeric environment, that is desert, both desert xeric environment of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Again, I am repeating, dual ecosystem and saline ecosystem. Mangrove in Gujarat part, the entire west coast is having a very thick mangrove. There was a time pre-independence when we were having very good mangrove, which was also called as char. But then not having much knowledge, we removed them, and today we are again augmenting the population of these mangroves. There are 7 species which are grown in the marine ecosystem area of Gujarat, which is first marine national park in India, in Gujarat, in Kutch part, southern part of the Kutch and western part of the Kutch, boundary wall. Marine and coastal ecosystem, and to the unique saline habitat of Ran, as I said earlier. Ran is a very unique ecosystem.
Sir, excuse me, your slides are not moving ahead.
Sir, madam, my characteristic fauna, are you able to see?
Yeah.
So it is written there only in
that.
Fine.
Thanks a lot.
I'm still working out things from that only. Although I might not be reading it out, but I am putting it in my own language, my experience. Actually, these slides are just for, if anybody wants to read that, well and good. If one wants to hear me, it is much more good, because whatever experience I have got experience of the field, and I will be narrating all my field experience as a visual experience all through my 38 years of career in this faunal diversity dealing across.
Yes,
so,
thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You will proceed even without slides.
there are many recognized,
Okay, sir.
recognized after the important species of mammals such as lion, tiger, leopard, wild ass, sloth bear, chinkara, blackbuck, and many of them species in the apes, that is birds, especially great Indian bustard, flamingos, cranes, and very many waterfowls, migratory waterfowls. Why I'm highlighting only these, that today, even after having so much of protection, protected area declared, worked out, cared, we are losing ground in terms of losing species. And one of the glaring example is great Indian bustard. Even after having everything, we have lost this bird to a brim where we may lose this bird within next 5 to 10 years. I should not say like this, but then this is a hard fact. Then we have got a cranes. There are 7 species of cranes found in the world, but we have got 2 very important cranes which we migrate to this part of Rajasthan. That is domsal crane, or domsal crane is one which migrates and has got importance in churning out the ecosystem of these 2 states. They have a large impact on our culture, on our regulatory mechanism of ecosystem and component of wildlife. Apart from having migratory species,
Yes. No sound.
Mr. Kumar,
Yeah, that is.
your voice is not coming.
Dr. Sanjeev, you are not audible.
Now it is clear. Okay.
It seems he has some network issues because his frame is just freezed.
Sir, you can contact him or phone.
Network.
It will happen.
Dr. Ansari, is there any problem in network?
Maybe. Not for me, it is for him only.
Okay, because his voice is not audible here.
I have my speaker is on. Oh.
Okay.
What should we do?
Currently, he has left the meeting right now.
No, what we should do now?
We'll have to wait for 5 minutes or so. He might come.
Let us wait. Very good.
No, it is very good presentation.
Yeah.
And
but due to some internet problem,
without help of the slides he is speaking, that is good. Normally people will read what is there in the
Yeah, very true. It was like when he said that he is talking out of his own experience, it was really very good to.
Because Dr. Kailash Chandra was.
That is more better. He is sharing his own experiences.
At ZSI we had ZSI we say same. Dr. Kailash Chandra was director recently. Very close to me. I met him in Jabalpur when he was there. He retired now, just now retired. And Dr. Alfred, he headed our BSI for some time.
Okay.
And the subject is because protected areas need fauna and flora, and the Pramod Singh Saab, he spoke about the plants and animals both. IVI, everything. I was hearing.
Is it possible for someone to call him up and ask what's the problem?
Calling is, say, we all are speaking, so what is there?
Just we are trying to contact him.
Yeah, that is
The problem is आवाज नहीं.
by phone.
We are trying to call him. What is there? What problem there?
Actually, it is a very good initiative. I think the program is very good. And,
If we are not connecting, then we should wait a few minutes. Then we shall conclude the session.
Should I? I think.
If it is not possible to continue the talk, then we shall conclude the session.
So should I do that?
No, not at all. Just wait for a few minutes. Just wait for a few minutes, please. We are trying to make contact with him.
Yeah. You can wait.
Telephonic. That what is indeed their problem.
Has he retired from the service, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar?
Perhaps.
38 years he is telling. I have visited Andaman also. I know Andaman.
He has retired from the service.
I visited Andaman in 1990. So, I visited Andaman also.
Like perhaps due to the interruption of electricity, they have got the problem.
Mobile phone.
We have made contact with the mobile phone. Due to interruption of electricity, they have got the interruption. Now they are trying to connect with us.
Right. Yes, please. Yes, come. Right.
Okay. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar.
He is speaking.
Are you audible? Dr. Kumar, you are not audible here.
Okay. Yeah.
Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. I got it. Sir, the thing has happened here at my place. Rain is going on, and when rain is there, Rajasthan people become very happy, and so much happy that they switch off their lights. This is a very regular phenomenon. You can ask anybody, because rain is something which is a farewell to the environment. And what has happened by this thing? Electricity went off, so my internet connection went. Now I reconnected with artificial. I'll again now. Okay.
There should be a fine rain in Rajasthan. Okay, sir.
Pardon, sir. Yeah. So am I visible, sir?
Yes, of course you are visible.
Yes. Okay, sir. So I was putting it up here that two things. They hold good to ecotourism and instrumental in order to create awareness among the masses about nature conservation and protection. But my view on this, I'm putting it up because my voice was not available that time. What I said was, they are not as simple as it is written over here. In fact, right now it is working against. Other way around. How and why? I will share my thought categorically and will prefer also comments from everybody, because my theory is very, very different. See, we have got ecotourism, environmental tourism, ecosystem tourism. What is that? We go to wildlife protected areas, adore the appearance of animals, especially good animals like tiger, lion, and bear, and all big animals, and feel that by virtue of our adoration, we are able to support them. But sir, my contention is, though I am talking more about protected areas, but here this point has come and I would prefer to speak to you that when we go inside a protected area to adore and admire the ecosystem and the animals, we in reality disturb the animal. Not one, but all those who are inside the protected area. And how? I would say, if they are there, suppose take a case of example of a tiger. Tiger is there. Tiger, what tiger must be doing inside the protected area? Either it must be sleeping, feeding, recreating himself, breeding, or taking rest. In any of these life processes in which he is there, if you go and start admiring it and make your distance closer to him, it is bound to affect him. Now, you may say that, sir, this is common because no, we are repeatedly going and these animals are developing some kind of habit also that we are there in the presence. Then I'll put it. Why you wanted to adore them? Why? What for? And if so, then will you permit me that I should admire you while you are sleeping in your bedroom with your family? The only thing, I will not disturb you, but will peep through a distance from the window in the night, will admire you, and will come back. I assure you that I will not disturb you, but you won't prefer because you will say it is a matter of privacy. Whereas it is not a matter of privacy for wild animals. Even termites, even ants, hymenopterans, bees, whatnot. All these animals do need a sanctity of life, which we all also needed. So, therefore, this ecotourism, in a way, has created a tremendous impact. 135 crore people, if 1% of it is started to admire exhaustively, probably we may find difficulty in keeping these animals, their sanctity, a very existence even in the protected areas. What to talk about outside protected area, because there is no control of even sometimes national ethics or social ethics, and we do play with them in different ways. I have seen if a snake has come into your area, in your house or nearby, you gather there and then create so much of nuisance, which is beyond any words to speak right at this point of time. And then we say that in order to create awareness among the masses about nature conservation, where is the conservation part? Some people talk about that. I'm talking about birds. I'm talking about mammals. Do that. What is the element of conservation and protection in it? No, we are actually discussing and putting it all these informations to whom? To Sansar Chand. Probably everybody who's listening me would be knowing who was Sansar Chand. These Sansar Chand kind of people, do take care of our speeches and our knowledge, and then take the real essence out of it by hunting them, poaching them, removing them from the ecosystems, gradually, slowly, in a hiding way. So probably what is more required, we have to think on this topic. We have to think about this admiration part, how much, how long, and how much capacity we should have. So therefore, I put it, if any ecosystem is there where you wanted to have in a protected area, want to adore a wildlife species, howsoever small or big it may be, see that what is the carrying capacity of that ecosystem, how many people can go inside without disturbing, and that too where you do not intervene in even disturbing the thin air within the environment. See what people do, they go with perfumes, they may go with very good bath taken with soap and whatnot, even with food and with the chat and whatnot. But then what they are doing, even you won't believe that they are disturbing everybody, not alone tiger and lion and chinkara and this spotted deer, but every small tiny animal found there. And I need to have another lecture where I can sequentially put it in a graphic situation, how these things happen and how things are disturbed. And therefore, in net result, I have put in here a picture. Great Indian bustard. Even after having so many protected areas, so much of money flown in, everything has been done, but this species number has gone down to that extent that now we are facing the number is dwindling to the extent that it may get extinct in near future. Probably this is a matter where fauna is in protected area has been looked into. We need to address some of these issues. And now I'm putting it up here, one map, though may not be very clear because it's small in appearance here, but some of those protected areas in Rajasthan, they are being pointed out here with dot. If you could see, my icon must be moving on this thing. The western part of Rajasthan do have only one protected area here and one in Churu. Churu is that Tal Chapar, and one in Jaisalmer, that is Desert National Park. And that too, Desert National Park is not a national park, but it is a sanctuary designated as Desert National Park. It was one time proposed in 1976 by very eminent scientists of this region to be made as biosphere reserve. But unfortunate part is that this landscape of more than 3,000 square kilometer never got its shape into a biosphere reserve, even a Desert National Park. Now it is only a sanctuary, that too with first designation, first approved notification, and still pending with second and subsequent notifications. We do have one Tal Chapar Wildlife Sanctuary meant for blackbuck, a very small 8 square kilometer area, part of the sanctuary here. But as a whole, the entire landscape of Western Desert of Rajasthan, we don't have. What we have is the second half of Rajasthan part, which is southern part also, including southern part of Rajasthan. We have got large number of wildlife sanctuaries and national park, 2 of these national parks in it. And some of the details of these national park and sanctuary is listed out here. And I've also listed the important animals, characteristic faunal diversity, which is found in these. Summarily, if I talk about, we more talk about bigger herbivores or bigger carnivores, but we forget that there's a much more larger number of diversity exists of all those species which are smaller in appearance. Maybe bugs, maybe mites, maybe large number of insect communities. I'll just take one, the pollinators. Pollinators are not alone butterflies or moths, but pollinators across the Hymenoptera, across the spectrum of other animal groups, we have got pollinators. Similarly, there are animals to depend on entirely on protein food available from insects. So what we need to focus on this, that no doubt Pantherus tigris, or for that matter, these bigger animals like Chinkara, or maybe canine carnivore families members do make their appearance on a canvas. But more important is we need to see and focus on all other animal species which are part of the web, for food web of these protected areas. So this is what list is there, and I think right now we have got about 26 wildlife sanctuaries in Rajasthan and 3 national parks as part of the Rajasthan. Then okay, and this is the one. Then comes, I have to quickly do, sir, because my electricity part is also very less, so I'll be focusing again. Again comes this Gujarat part. Gujarat again is, as I said, it has got about 23 wildlife sanctuaries and 4 national parks. They are well depicted in this map. And the details of these protected areas are given here. We need not to go across speaking about all Velabhadra to Gir National Park and Vansda to Narayan Sarovar, Nal Sarovar, whatnot, all are there. But each one of them is very important, holding a very important germplasm, the population of particular species in that area, or maybe ecosystem oriented protected areas are existing in Gujarat part. Tiger reserves also in there's one tiger reserve in Ranthambore in Rajasthan, Sariska in Rajasthan, and Kutch Biosphere Reserve. The only biosphere reserve in this region is Kutch Biosphere Reserve in Kutch district of Rajasthan, Gujarat. About 12,400 plus square kilometer area under this biosphere reserve. Recently constituted one in 2005. As I said, I was associated with it, and it's important. Some of the work which ZSI, my institute, parent institute, has done is on Ranthambore. These publications are also side by side is here. The entire gamut of animals are reported in these publications on Sariska Tiger Reserve, Desert National Park Sanctuary, Kumbhalgarh Wildlife Sanctuary, Tal Chhapar Wildlife Sanctuary, Nal Sarovar Bird Sanctuary, Khijadia Lake and Bird Sanctuary, Marai National Park and Sanctuary, and there are many more which I have just taken one slide only, not to occupy much of a space in this thing, and some glimpses of protected areas or the species of this region. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
I think
for the nice.
yes. I think any question
Sir,
from the audience?
I have concluded because anytime my electricity might go
No.
because I am working on battery only, sir. Yes, sir.
Any question from the audience? Question?
I think only one question, sir. I am
Yes, sir.
retired from Satyanarayana from the ABC College, Wildlife Biology, Tamil Nadu. Actually,
Yes, sir.
the great Indian bustard problem is that not the protected areas, because it comes to the outside the protected areas to the farmland.
Yeah,
That way we are not
right.
or we are not unable to protect them. What is your feeling about it?
Sir, that is what I was saying, that see, protected area does not mean that it will protect the species. Even when we were having notional national desert national park, which was also a first notification sanctuary, but we were not able to protect this species in this region, not because had it been a fully protected area, I can't say about it, but what is more important is that we need to develop the habitat of for a species in terms of its requirement, not that we have just protected an area and the species is protected. Unfortunately, particularly in Great Indian Bustard case, we do have both the things. We don't have protected area at all. It is not protected. I am putting it up again on this panel on this bird. It is nor it has been given any, though it was part of the natural ecosystem of desert. But since protection was also not there, the species had dwindled to a very minimal number today. And it is not because of anything, but because of interference of mankind into that region of 3,000 square kilometer area in this part of western desert of Bikaner, Jaisalmer and Barmer. Therefore, if you put this area in protection, there is a possibility which does not ascertain that it will happen, but will increase the possibility of getting some protection for some species. But in case of Desert National Park, we could see that we lost this species almost, which is now, I don't want to put it number, which is a very meager number in double figure only. Yes, sir. Please.
I think
so.
Very good.
And I would again will reiterate my statement. Please do one program, not one program, thousands of such program to say to the people of this country that adoration of wild animal should be done with some monitoring, some carrying capacity factor should be seen. Not like when I was working in Andaman Nicobar Island, I remember the Jarvas, the tribe was there, nobody was able to contact. But today everybody can go and can have a handshake. What is the state of affair of this Jarva tribe there? You probably those who have worked in the area must be knowing. So we need to focus on this point. This adoration is definitely very good. very sounds very good, that eco tourism, eco awareness, but do have a very bad consequences of it.
Then I think so. The people who are into the system, they have to make stringent rules for all this. Don't you think?
Madam, those who are not you and I we should come forward from every platform. I tell you, for last 30 years I'm speaking from every platform that don't feed animals. This is a basic agenda. Even today we have got a very bogus thought in our country that feeding animals, or particularly wild animals, will give you some solace in your life, which is a very dangerous act. Dangerous in the sense that we are losing now species, we are increasing the disease part of our society.
I
Similarly,
think
a
Dr.
donation.
Manoj Borkar is trying to say something. He has
Yeah,
put
sir, please, sir, please,
two
please.
messages. No, he has put two messages.
I
ZSA
couldn't.
must have field stations in catchment of Western Ghats, and second is without visitors carrying capacity, RPAs will suffer.
Yes, do very correct. Without carrying capacity factor implied on all these things, if we do tourism, it is meaningless, it is devastating, and it is becoming. I tell you, madam, in Ranthambore alone, I tried. Even Supreme Court came forward with a restriction, but then again the politics came into it, and again everything became as it was before. See, every ecosystem, even your own house, ecosystem, you have a carrying capacity. You cannot have some 200 300 people inside living together in your in a house. So how can you think about a wildlife protected area that you can have unlimited activity to go inside? So please, from this these webinars should speak loudly on to the population of this country, that we should think all this on this part first.
More commercialization.
Pardon?
Commercialization. Ecotourism is commercialized now. That is the problem. More commercialized, like a business.
No doubt. Not a issue, sir. We can have ecotourism, but with guarded affair. We should make some guidelines for it. You watch it from a distance. You cannot see. You go to Chushul in Ladakh. I've been to Chushul in Ladakh and could see Pangong Tso from 22-kilometer distance by a binocular, with a very good capacity binocular. I could even see across the country, but with a caution, because there you have a danger that you can be taken away by the other part of countrymen of the other part. See, when you have a danger, you are making precautions, you are utilizing machinery, techniques, everything. But when it comes to a wild animal, you are not bothered about it. You feel that they should go recede and retreat in their own niches, and we will continue to march inside their territory.
I think this is it. So the question hour is over, I think.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I will sum up.
Dr. Ansari, please conclude the session.
What you say very loudly, outspoken. So what I can say, it needs education and awareness.
Yes.
These two words are very important. Education and awareness. Otherwise, only government or institution cannot do everything. So all people, each and every individual, if it is 130 crore, all should be educated. Like Kerala is more educated, UP is less educated, Rajasthan is less. So education part is politically money word. They don't want that people. Now higher education is suffering in our country. So to sum up this thing, your point is education and awareness. So I can say I appreciate your knowledge, your field knowledge, way of presentation, very clear voice, and instead of seeing slide, you have spoken on yourself. This indicates that you have worked in field. I have visited Andaman, I know. Rajasthan, I used to be Jodhpur, and Gujarat, only Ahmedabad I visited. So the Kutch Biosphere Reserve is also famous for the branched palm. Palm is only single, but in Kutch we have branched palm.
Branch palm.
That is hybrid dichotomous.
Yes, true. Yeah, right, sir. Right, sir.
Right, eh? So hybrid dichotomous is only found in Kutch area. We have in Howrah Garden we have. So, and Rajasthan is famous for the Rajasthan teak, that is Ticomilla undulata.
Rohida.
Yes, that is there. So I think fishes you have 229 species, marvelous. This in desert area you have 229 water fishes. So this indicates that faunal diversity in this desert area is also enough, and it is not only the bigger cats are you have herbivorous and carnivorous, not omnivorous. We are omnivorous. So the what is important point is as you are telling all all the all the components need attention, including your pollinators you are telling. So the animal what this all you have given. So I think to sum up your animal rights, you are telling your pet animal rights are running. Maneka Gandhi, Maneka Gandhi, Maneka Gandhi, Maneka Gandhi runs. Maneka Gandhi runs pet animal. Wild animals need what you are correct.
More
And
attention.
I think yeah, you are correct. So the protected area is important to the figure is very good. You have 26 wildlife sanctuary and 3 national parks in Rajasthan, and whereas 23 in Gujarat and 4 national parks and 1 biosphere reserve. They say because the marine ecosystem is very unique in that part. I have read some articles because they say BSI, ZSI same, and we are biology students, so there is not much difference. This invertebrate is need more attention. Invertebrate, what I feel, invertebrate need more attention than the vertebrate one, and the bigger cats they are already there. So I think I should thank you and all the audience for your nice, very informative, and I think this should percolate to the larger audience so that they should know the position of the water city in our country. And of course, the ZSI is a very big primary institution, and they have succeeded in producing fauna of the country as a complete set. This is what I am telling you because I was reading the ZSI succeeded in preparing the fauna of the country. So, and Dr. Kailash Chandra, he was my friend, so he retired just I think. And Dr. Alfred was also coming to BSI, so I know. So with these few words, I thank Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, and I wish him every success in his life. May God him give good health, longer life, and peace and prosperity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Anish Ahmad Ansari, sir,
Ji.
for giving time and preside and give a nice.
As a botanist, I have to.
Now,
my wife is entomologist, of course. My wife is entomologist.
yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Jarad Puri. Yes, please. I think we next session.
PK Singh, IFS, APCCF, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Environmental cum Development Professional Advisor, RSNH, Rajasthan, and eminent speaker, Dr. MC Satyanarayana, Associate Professor, Zoology and Wildlife Biology, ABC College, Malya Tuturi, Tamil Nadu. First,
Mailadurai.
Mailadurai. Madurai, eh?
Yes.
Chidambaram.
Madurai is state.
Tamil Nadu. Sir, Dr. PK Singh, sir.
Sir.
निवेदन है.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, very much. I have a great proud and pleasure to present his collaborative senior academician of this country. He is Dr. M.C. Satyanarayana. He was born in 15 January 1952, aged 69 years. He was associate professor in Department of Zoology and Wildlife Biology, AVC College, Malayaduthurai, Tamil Nadu. He is PUC, educational PUC, BSc, MSc, Patia College, post MSc, PhD, University of Madras, certificate in German. He has a research experience of 35 years and teaching experience of 29 years. He has held the various positions in pay and responsibilities. He has started his career as a senior research fellow, ICMR project 1978-9, and retired as associate professor, Department of Wildlife Biology and Department of Zoology. And he has research guidance. He has MSc guided 29 students, MPhil 17, and PhD 7. He has guided. He has published 30 papers and book 1 and one book chapter. He has he is the author of symposium proceeding paper of 11. He has newsletter article 7 and seminar symposium conference after 90. He has awards in University Grant Commission Research Award. He has UGC Emirates Fellow. He Internic UK Award for Animal Welfare Activities, for International Network for Human Education UK, Vocational Service Award for Outstanding Contribution in the Field of Research Award by Rotary Club of Malayaduthurai. He was Parent Teacher Student Federation Facilitation for Acquiring Academic Excellence. He has taken number of research projects undertaken, Ministry of Environment Forest 3 projects, Department of Science and Technology 1 project, University Grant Commission's Major 2 project, University Grant Commission's Minor 3 project. He is an ex-member of Training and Research Advisory Committee, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Subcommittee member, Training and Research Advisory Committee, Wildlife Institute of Dehradun. He is an advisory board member, Mahatma Gandhi Dure Camp Center for Animal Alternative, Bharat Disan University. He has countries visited Nepal, Ethiopia, and CPCAA nominee, Ministry of Animal Welfare, Government of India, Committee for Purpose of Control and Supervision of Experiment on Animal Ethical Committee, and he has attended 133 IEC meetings and CPCAA nominee, and he is Board of Studies member, MSc Zoology Board member, Bharat Disan University, member है other university, nominee University of Madras, Board of Studies in Zoology and Special Zoology and Biotechnology, member Board of Studies in Environmental Management, Tiruvallur University, Department of Zoology and Division of Wildlife Biology, ABC College. He is a member Board of Studies of Wildlife and Management. Member, he Department of Botany, ABS College, BSc Microbiology course. He is a member in Board of Studies ABM Puspam College, Pune. He has a membership in professional bodies. He is a member and regional representative, World of Pheasant Association India. He is a member of Indian Society of Parasitologists. He is a member of Zoological Survey of India, founder, member and secretary, Peacock Nature Club, member of IUCN BirdLife, WPA Pheasant Specialist Group, member of IUCN SSC Veterinary Specialist Group, member of Ornithology Society of India, and his Ethological Society of India, Important Bird Area Network, Mumbai. He has organized and participated in number of animal alternative workshops, delivered number of lectures on animal ethics and good laboratory practices, delivered number of lectures on wildlife and conservation, and organized number of environmental workshop awareness program for school and colleges students. We have attended 110 webinar lectures and delivered 11 webinar lectures during COVID period. With this background, I request sir to present his present his deliberation in the audience.
I'll just oh, we're not getting it then. Right way. Now it's visible. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Oh, oh. Fine.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So thank you very much for having introduced me to this webinar participants. Really, I am very happy, and also I congratulate the government, Madhav Sadashiv Rao Golkar College, Reva, for having organized such a wonderful national webinar series from 1st to 6th September. This is where I worked. This is my role-based college, and that's what I feel that the college teacher can do wonders. Like me, say, number of college teachers can do wonderful. I found out from this webinar that Reva College, it is a government college, doing a wonderful work. So that's what we had a confidence that the colleges can do wonders in this world. Now, again, I congratulate the college and organizers, especially the team. Second series, they are going to organize 36 invited talks, unimaginable. It is beyond my scope of anybody. And again, I tell you that, and I have some of the lectures I have heard during the first series. In the first series, they have completed 28 invited talks. In the second series, they will have a 36. So wonderful. And again, they're planning. And here at this juncture, I would like to congratulate Professor Skanda K. Mishra, the convener of the webinar, and his team. And once again, I congratulate you, sir. Really excellent planning for this. It's very, very difficult. Even the wildlife department, we could not plan for it. Really, you are doing a great wonder. And I have listened all the conservation talks. Excellent. It will be very good for all the participants. Now, I am not new to the Madhya Pradesh. No, we have virtually or digitally, we are just have a contact Madhya Pradesh. In 2014, I have just went to Chitrapur, where we had a national workshops on the virtual biological laboratory, where Chaturvedi has invited us, and I have enjoyed seeing all your Madhya Pradesh areas. And also, I have visited Panna Tiger Reserve, where one of my MSc Wildlife Biology students, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who is an expert in the tiger. Now, right now, he is a senior scientist in the Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Now, today I am going to talk on the conservation of the Great Jungle Book, the WLS Sonoratai at Megamalai Wildlife Sanctuary. It is the actually part of the Western Ghats in southern part of the Tamil Nadu. Now, anything we have to be justified. Why I have chosen the jungle? Okay, it's all right. Let them some disturbances, ask them to mute it. Okay, what is the justification for this? The World Pheasants Association of India formulated a conservation strategy for the Great Jungle Book, and they have suggested to take up an intensive study on the status, distribution, ecology, behavior of this rare threatened species, Great Jungle Book. Why? In order to identify its conservation needs and for an effective management plan. I think there is some disturbances. Ask them to please kindly. The convener or just the chairman can request them. Okay. Now, one more thing is the great jungle facts indicator species. Sir, there is some disturbances, sir. Hello? Are you able to listen?
Please mute this.
There is some disturbance. Okay, now okay. Still it's coming. Okay. Oh, fine. Thank you. Okay. Now, always I used to tell that if you want to conserve a species, that's all. The earlier speaker very well said that you are only thinking about the lion, tiger, all the bigger animals. We have to go for the invertebrate. That's what I have chosen the smallest the bird. This is the great jungle fowl. If you want to conserve or manage a species, whatever it may be, first we have to obtain information with regard to species. That is what we require, salient features. Immediately don't go for conservation protected. So study them very well about one species. You have to study about the habitat, the status and distribution of that species, and you study the behavioral aspects of the species and economically part of the species and threats they are facing, which are the conservation problems. Then, what is my contribution to the Great Jungle for Conservation? We have carried out the field research program sponsored by the University Grants Commission and also by the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, New Delhi. And we have also a PhD program. Two of my PhD scholars worked on the habitat ecology and the breeding biology of the Great Jungle fowl. Now, this is Teni Forest Division, the Western Ghats in Tamil Nadu. But when we are working there in 1990 2005, the status is only reserve forest.
Slides are not moving, sir.
Not moving. For me, it's moving now.
No, it's a first slide only.
Oh, sorry. I think maybe some now.
Now it has changed. Now it has changed.
Yes.
I think when I put the slideshow full show, there is some problem. The streaming. Okay. Anyway, now it's visible now. Okay. Now, when we are working in 1990 2005, the status is only the reserve forest. We had only reserve forest, and we have the reserve lands and ex-German lands. And after this 2009 only, they have declared as a wildlife sanctuary. Actually, the importance of this Nagamalai Wildlife Sanctuary in the Western Ghats is that you have the neighboring, the Grizzled Giant Squirrel Wildlife Sanctuary at Srivilliputtur, which is actually endemic. The Grizzled Giant Squirrel is highly endangered and endemic. And other side, if you come this side, we have the Periyar Tiger Reserve, belongs to the Kerala state. Now, actually, when you come to the jungle fowl, we have two species of jungle fowls in India. One is the grey jungle fowl, WLS sonorata, we have in the southern part of India and central India. If you come to the other part, northern part, we have the red jungle, which is the northern part. Only the two species are in India. Now, that's what I said. When you want to have a conservation, first study the salient features of your animal. You have the adult male and adult female. Thus, there is a sexual dimorphism. That means one can identify very easily the male and female. They are all ground-dwelling birds. Okay. Now, why I want to salient features, I want to emphasize always. I have seen number of the parks everywhere. They exhibit maybe on the stones and the posters, other things. You see the difference. See, that's what we have manipulated the original color of the great jungle fowl. So we have just manipulated and we are not giving a proper education, telling about the people. So kindly don't do that, especially in the park, zoological park or the national park. Kindly see that manager, see that you are just drawing or putting a picture of the original one. Now, here I am just putting the great jungle fowl. This is actually going to have a salient feature. Now, whatever I put pictures, when while working, we don't have a good digital technology or the good digital camera at those times. I had only Pentax camera, all those things. So I cannot get, but I have shared from the internet, and also I have just got the permission from the Thiru Rajkumar, the Vijay Kumar Tondaman, belongs to royal family of Pudukode, Tamil Nadu. He's an excellent wildlife photographer. From him, I have just borrowed. The adult male is very colorful. How many of you see this jungle fowl? We talk about lion, tiger, all those things, elephants, all those things. See the jungle fowl, which has attracted me. So that's why I have carried out this research program. Very colorful feathers. Look at the neck feathers. Very, very characteristic feature of this species that neck, they will say is a neck circle. That means it will end in a small, hard, yellowish plate like this. Look at this picture. You have the yellowish plate And this is a shawl, that is, it is not, the feathers are not attached to the body. If you put a towel on you and then you can lift it. So here it is a separated one. That's what we termed as a cape. The cape means a short feathers covering the shoulders of a fowl. Okay, now coming to the body plumage is gray in color like this. And if you come to the wing structure, it's a grayish with golden markings on the wings. And if you go to the tail, is a characteristic feature of this gray general fowl. You have the central tail feathers long. One more thing is, it's a sickle-shaped tail, glossy blacky covered tail. You can look at these. This is what the characteristic feature of this gray general fowl, sickle shape. And if you look at the legs, it's a red in color. Okay, now next. Now that's why I told you, no, it's a shawl. It does not attach. The neck circles or the ochre is separated. This what that's what I want to show you. This picture. This again I have borrowed from the net. I am courtesy to them. Okay. Now the important thing is the comb. If you look at the comb, it is red in color and slightly dented like this. See, like this is a dented. If you look at this wattle, this is wattle red in color. If you look at the color of the eye, it is the iris deep dark red. Comb, wattle, what are they? These are the structures of enlarged areas of the facial skin. In most of the birds, the facial skin is enlarged. Okay, what is the purpose? What is biology? See, that's what I also say, teaching profession, I always study. Whenever you study anything structure, what is the biological function? What is the biological function of the structure? That is called sexual or aggression signal. This will indicate the sexual or the aggression signals, right? Okay. Now, how to differentiate between the breeding and non-breeding animals? During the breeding, you have a ochre, the yellow plates are there, the legs are red in color, you have a spur in the male, and you can see the wattle and the crown and also the tail feather. These are original. If you look at this non-breeding, actually the mold, so usually it all goes up after the breeding season. But only thing is, we can adult male or not by spur. If you look at the spur, the color of the leg also goes red color, fades. Only thing spur, you can find out whether it's adult or the subadult. So that's what one can also just find out the subadult. Look at the subadult characters. Don't confuse with the non-breeding males. If you look at the subadult, the color of the leg, and you can see spur not well developed. And also you see the tail feather, the hackle feathers. These are the differentiate between the subadult and adult male. Okay, now fine. Now coming to the adult female. So what is the salient feature of the adult female? Look at the shades of golden and brown shawl. They are also shawl-like structure, but it's different from the male. You have the white breast, the feathers, broadly endowed with black, white and black in color. You have the yellow leg. Here, the spur is black. The thorn the spur is only present in the male, like and here the spur is lacking. And the chick is the structure of the chick will be there. We have the white head like this. Okay. Now coming to the distribution. Already told you, if you want to confirm a species or it is a distribution you have to study. All it will be very proud that it is endemic to India. You cannot find grey jungle fowl anywhere in the world except in the southern and central part of India. You can find in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh. You have the southern Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. And if you look at the status of this species, that conservation status, it is the least concerned by the International Union for Conservation of Natural Resources, the UCN. Now, I already told you habitat. You only have to study in detail the habitat. If you study one species, that means don't think that I am going to study only jungle fowl. If you study about jungle species, it will indicate the health of the forest ecosystem, health of the other mammals, health of the other birds. So it will entire flora and fauna will speak about your habitat. That's why one has to concentrate on the habitat. Here I request all the zoologists or the wildlife biologists, please kindly concentrate on the flora also. You must have a thorough knowledge of the plant. If you are not knowing about the plant species, we cannot enjoy the wildlife studies or the habitat. That's what I used to tell to my students. If you're not knowing the Tectona grandis, teak plant, or the Dalbergia sisu, or the whatever it may be, it is of no use studying of the wildlife. Generally, we can enjoy the wildlife. So this is the southern subtropical hill forest in the Teni Forest Division, and southern moist mixed deciduous forest. Now the southern dry mixed deciduous forest, we have the southern deciduous scrub forest, and we have the plantation miscellaneous. They have the degraded forest, they have some plant siliceous area. When we have the lac insect, they want to have the sealing wax. They're doing the sealing wax, that time they planted, and also for the matchbox, they required some wood. They planted some of the trees in that. This is called planted miscellaneous forest. So we have classified according to campaign and shape. Other things also we have done this classification. Okay. Now coming to behavior, what I told you, one has to study about the behavioral aspect. What is behavior first of all, if you want to consider? First thing is they are social animals. They live like this, a group of animals. They live together. So general fall is social in their behavior. And you can also ask whether the jungle fall can fly. Yes, it can fly, not like the true flyers like other birds, to a shorter distance. Whenever some danger, they just come to the ground to the some tall tree or like that. Not very like true flyers. Now coming to this foraging is very, very important. If you want, again some disturbance of this, somebody has just asked me.
IT control team, please mute Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed, sir.
Okay. Now the forage and feeding behavior is very, very important. Management of a species or more than one species, all together, entire protected area inside that. You must not outside, but also one has to study about the forage behavior or the feeding. Forage is nothing but the feeding behavior. It is the ethological term. Okay. Now the greater people love to eat on the lanterna. They love to eat on the fruits of the lanterna. That's why people want to, they will say the adjectives of weed, unwanted species, especially in wildlife. I never accept the using the adjective. It may be good for you, somebody, but bad for us. So what I can tell is, you study the economical importance of any species, any plant, not only jungle fall, but an elephant, everything. Study about them economical aspect, not for 1 year or 2 years, for the long-term studies to be carried out. And what is the beneficial, harmful effect or the useful effect of this any species of the plant? Because jungle fall depends, and other animals also depend on the foods of the lanterna. And jungle fall also feeds on the berries like this, and also the some of the other fruits also they love to eat on the fruits. Now, when you I think the administrator can meet everybody. You can meet everybody. You can meet everybody's mic.
Can the host mute Ansari sir's? Okay, fine. He is
Yeah, host can mute everybody. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Now look at that. We are just working for the conservation, ecological aspect, landscaping, all those things, conservation, spending a lot of money. When I go through the Sangam literature, in fact, I think some of you know about in Tamil, we have the Tamil literature, the very famous Sangam literature, 1,000 years back. The poet, they have studied about the jungle fall. They have observed that behavior of that feeding behavior. Whenever there is a mass blossom of the Sobilanthus kuntiensis, in Tamil we say Kurinji, we have the flowering. Flowering will be once in 12 years. So that time, when the seeds are there, the jungle falls are attracted for that. So they have recorded that the behavior of that. And other thing is that there's one species of the bamboo which actually flowers in once in 60 years. Whenever there's a seeds are there, seeds are fallen, the jungle fall comes and feed. This is what I just got from the net in the Sangam literature. So we have to give the literature also. There is whatever it may be literature, kindly literature, what they studied, excellent information in the literature. So go through the whatever literature, the previous one, so that we'll go to the scenario of how they have also conserved and studied the animals. Now coming to the elephant, see the jungle fall also probes the elephant. Whenever there is in the forest, elephant dung is there, they will probe for the insect. So far I'm talking about the plant matter. Now they also depend on the animal. They require some animal matter in order to come to the protein requirement. For the protein requirement, they have to feed on the animal matter. That is why they used to poke the dung of the elephant and also the cattle dung. They just see that, and they will take the insects, and also they will also take small reptiles like this. So the jungle for also take the reptiles, small reptiles. Now you won't believe that we cannot directly observe a lot of things. What we did is that we have collected the droppings of these birds, hundreds of droppings of birds. We dried it. We just with the Martin process crush, and you know that not all the insect parts are digested because of the hard skeletal structure. We have the remains, undigested remains in our pellets. So what we do is we just observe on the microscope. With the help of the entomologist, we identified as many as 46 animal species are preferred by this great jungle body. That's what the earlier speaker has said, that we have to give the importance of the insects, and that's what see the role of the insects. One has to study of the insects also, lower vertebrates, not only the higher vertebrates like a lion, tiger, or elephant, or spotted deer, whatever monkeys. So you have to study and receive the wonderful information. What is the animal species are there? Okay. Now coming to the plant matter, you won't believe that the undigested same dropping. We also analyze the droppings. Some of the seeds are not digested. It will come on the dropping. So 51 plant species are eaten by or preferred by this jungle fauna. So these are things we have very difficult to identify from the seeds. So fortunately, we have Dr. Challatare, excellent in identification. If we give the seeds, he will just identify at the genus species level. So we are very fortunate to have him. He is in Tirunelveli, southern part of Tamil Nadu. We have 51 plant species we have recovered. And what is the proportion? If you look at this proportion, plant matter we have 55%, animal matter 31%. Along with that, they will also take the grit. Grit is nothing but there are small sand particles, okay, like a gravel structure. And what is the biological importance of this? Why do they have to swallow the grit in the soil? In order to convert the mineral, they will get mineral. Other thing is, whenever they take the grains, like a grinding mill, if you get the rice mill, you take your paddy or your wheat, what you have to do, they separate the husk. So like that, they have to do that. The grit plays that role. Okay. Now coming to the communication behavior. So we are concentrated on the audial behavior or the call behavior. It will just take again. This is a picture I got from the Rajkumar. Now I will just play some of the audio for 1 minute. You tell me whether you're able to listen here. Just a minute. Are you?
Yes.
This is the call of the jungle fauna. Okay. Right? Okay. I'll stop. Now what we did is my research scholar, whatever is that hearing of the audio communication, we have recorded these calls of that. Now you can also record with your mobile phones, the communicate behavior. What we did is we recorded, we have a sirens program, and it will give you a spectrogram like this. You just take this, whatever you have the files, sound file, and it will convert it to the wave file, and it will plot the sounds. Actually, it will plot this like your ECG. If you want to have the cardiogram, you have. So that is called you have here spectrogram. That is called the sonogram. See, that's what when I can differentiate. It is spectrogram, that is a sonogram. So spectrogram is a visual representation of an acoustic signal. If you don't have to see the bird, you just record the calls, transfer it to the computer, go to the software. This is called the recent technology, innovative technology for your bird conservation. So that's what I used to advocate to the zoology practicals by spotters. Give them 5 calls, ask them to identify. If we are not doing this zoology, it will die. Zoology will die. Like dissections, we are not going to do it. So now in the manner of conservation, now we can also do like this. We have recorded the adult male breeding. See that the timing of that. So high pitched calls will be there during growing or the breeding call. Intervals, you find that same If it is only 10 seconds, next will be 10 second interval will be there, 10 second, 10 second. If in alarm call, you see the frequency, very good, like that. So you have the frequency of this call, the adult bell alarm call. So this is what the behavior of this. Yeah, just a minute. Okay, now coming to the vigilance behavior. The birds are excellent in vigilant behavior. See the understanding of the male and female pair. When the male is just feeding on that, the hen won't feed it. It is looking for any strangers, any predators, any enemies are coming there. That is the understanding of this pair. This is called excellent vigilant behavior among the jungle fowl. Okay, now coming to the breeding, what happened to the male and female pair bonding? During the breeding season, usually there in March, April, May in the Tamil Nadu, where the pairs will form like this, and they form a small territory. Now the male displays to show their exhibit their physical strength in order to choose by the female partner. It is again biological significance. Why there is a display behavior? Because of the biological significance, in order to get a good sperms, viable sperms, and also for the best fertilization. That is the importance of the display behavior. Okay. Now there is they maintain a territory. There is a territorial behavior. During territorial behavior, there is a territory conflict. When there is there's an overlap of the territory, small territory, the males fight with each other. Okay. Now, what happened during the breeding season after mating? The female lays 3 to 5 queen eggs. Maybe the clutch size is 1 to 5 eggs. Now, after laying that, the female involves the incubation like this, and incubation period is 21 to 22 days. This is the actually incubating hen. Now, after incubation, they hatch out, the chicks hatch out from that. When you look at the end one, chicks will be like this in the sexual features. Okay. Now, what is the parental care behavior? Look at the parental care. The only female takes care in the parental care. They will invest their energy in looking after the young ones or the chicks, whereas the males do not involve in the parental care. That's very important. And now, coming to the roosting behavior. This is a ground nesting bird, whether they sleep during night time or not, where they will sleep. Yes, during the night time, after evening hours, 6 or so, they will go to the tall trees like this. They will prefer some of the tall trees and they will go and stay there throughout the night, and early morning they get down. Now, the study of the salient features, your habitat distribution or the status distribution, and also the various behavioral studies, we must also know foreign behavior, other things. We must know the economic importance. What is the economic importance of this bird? If you look at this, they play excellent role in the ecosystem, in the seed display. Look at this. Already told you there are nearly 50 species they prefer, and look at that how they do it. And they also control the invertebrate pests. Okay, this also economical role played by the ecological studies played by this bird. Okay, now other economical importance is that that's what I told you. It's a very beautiful helical feathers. At the same time, it fetched a danger for them. Because of this salient feature, captive feature, people started poaching before 1968. They started poaching, especially in the UK and other European countries. They were using for the fishing. So the helical feathers, just they take the feather of this and they will attach with the fishing gear and it will attract. They don't put the live bait. It is called artificial bait. So usually what you put for fishing, you will put the earthworm or some crab meat, but here they won't do it. It's all artificially made. So helical feather put the fish is attracted. This is what they're doing there. This is economic. Once we have a very good wildlife, other things, we may go for the people's participation, all those things for revenue, other things. Not now. Maybe that we go for the economic importance. They play a very good role. Okay. Now, other important thing, how many of you know that great fowl has played a very good role as an ancestor, wild ancestor of the domestic fowl. Whatever you have, the chicken or the white leg or whatever it may be, they're all just from the wild stock. The greater response for yellow, if you look at how they found out. So this work has been done by one of my students, MSc, and now he is a senior scientist with the Wildlife Institute of India. Dr. Satya Kumar and his team has done a wonderful work on the grey jungle fowl. It is a wild ancestor. Yellow pigment in the neck. If you look at the chick and yellow pigment, the character feature of the grey jungle fowl. This is what they related, and they studied DNA studies, and they acted as the ancestor for them. Now coming to threat, we must also threats. Say everybody, you know very well that we are listening to all the problems of the whatever the conservation problem. We have the cattle grazing like other forests. We have the pilgrimage. We have the poachers. We have the cattle grazing, external cattle grazing, and the leaf litters, and the logging of the wood, headloads, and loudspeakers. Whenever they have a pilgrimage or temples inside that, the laying of the roads, sorry, and the stealing of the eggs. The one important thing is they also steal the eggs, like the school children, other things. They know very well local people. They steal the eggs of this, and poaching for the meat. Very important.
Sir,
Whenever
please conclude the talk.
Yeah, very, very quick. I will take 2 minutes.
Dr. Satyanarayana, please conclude.
Okay. And the poaching of the meat, and also now lastly I'm coming to conservation. We have a number of legal protection to the animals, legal protection to the animals, and we have the included in the Schedule 2, Part 2 of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Now this Megamalai has been declared as the wildlife sanctuary, and also very important thing, very recently in 2021, it has been declared as the Megamalai State Tiger Reserve, and we have a contribution to the Great Jungle Fowl. We have found out which are the very important factors. Shrub cover, litter depth. Canopy cover is very important, and also we must also provide the food items, and we have suggested for the captive breeding program in the Tirupati Zoological Park, and somebody is telling about the environmental awareness program. My student at that awareness program with school children in the forest area, not to steal the eggs of that. And lastly, this is the important thing. Earlier, the speakers also emphasized that if you want to conserve, what I used to put for 40 years, I was using this slide. If you are thinking 1 year ahead, plant twice. If you are thinking ahead of 10 years, just plant saplings. And if you want to have 100 years, awareness, educate the people, then that is the best conservation. Educate the people like this, then it is that. So thank you very much for having given me an opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Really, thank you.
Now over to
okay.
Conclusion. Mr. P.K. Singh. Are your comments and conclusion?
I would like to ask one question. In the map, sir, when you had shown the map, you didn't take name of Maharashtra, but there was some region of Maharashtra included.
You're right. Maharashtra also included in that. Even one of my Narasimha also worked there. Maharashtra also there. Maharashtra also that side. Maharashtra also there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thing?
PK Singh sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, Mr. Singh, please conclude.
You have to unmute, PK sir. PK Singh sir.
Okay. Mr. Singh, Mr. PK Singh.
Hello.
Mr. PK Singh.
Yes.
Please sum up the session.
I'm summing up. Very excellent presentation of peafowl and different fowls, and he has compared very minute study of acoustics levels at different level. And I would like to thank. And it would be very better if I have to a poultry farm in near future, then I will take the suggestion from sir, and this will help and breeding program of the cattle from my side. Lot of thanks. Very excellent presentation. So, mute कर.
So, Chair sir, I will just take 1 minute. Satya sir, well spoken. This is Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra. I think if you know about Professor K. Sharma and we met in Ajmer. So already you mentioned a lot about this grey jungle fowl and excellent your presentation was there, especially the dispersal and the invasive species lantana. This is also being dispersed by the same species. Not only this one, but also there are a lot of things. But deep inside area where lantana, it was not possible for it to spread. But due to such type of dispersal, so there are a lot of, tomorrow I will be speaking on some Mount Abu issue on the same aspect. So such type of dispersal is also taking place. Thank you very much for enlightening us on grey jungle fowl and being the north limit here in Rajasthan till Kumbhalgarh. So I had been working on these aspects in this particular area from Mount Abu to Kumbhalgarh area. So did a lot of work on the same aspects. Thank you very much. Over to you, the team, organizers team.
Thank you, Mr. Pramod Singh. Over to Dr. SP Mehra. Dr. SP Mehra.
Sir, already
comments?
I had given them my comments. Already I had given my comments. So over to you again. Thank you very much from my side.
Okay, sir. Dr. SP Mehra, do you want to something?
I added already.
About this
Yeah, already I had spoken. I think you missed that.
Okay.
So yeah,
Already
Thank you very much, Mr. P.K. Singh, for your valuable comments and suggestions. And thanks are also due to Dr. Satyanarayana for a very comprehensive and nice talk on such a beautiful and valuable word. He has covered all the aspects of this important word. Now we are thankful to all of you. Now we are moving to our next session, and the eminent speaker of this session is Dr. Mrs. Neelu Sood, Professor of Botany Department, Kushresth University, Kushresth, Haryana. The chairperson of the session is Dr. Virendra Nath, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, NBRI, Lucknow, Dr. Virendra Nath. No. And the co-chairperson of the session is S.C. Sahu, Assistant Professor of Botany, MSCB University, Badipada, Odisha. I request to Dr. Virendra Nath, please submit the biodata of our speaker and preside over the session. Dr. Neelu Sood. Okay. Dr. Virendra Nath.
Okay.
Please
Can you?
Okay,
sir. I am audible. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you.
This session the chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Giving me this opportunity by Professor Skand Mishra. So I first thank to him for organizing such a beautiful webinar. So I have given responsibility to introduce one of the active and dynamic young professor, Neelu Sood. She is professor and chairperson of Botany Department in Kurukshetra University, Haryana. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I convey my thanks and gratitude to the organizers who have invited me to speak on this very prestigious platform.
Wait. I am still continuing.
Okay.
Wait for a few minutes.
Okay.
Neelu Sood is professor and head of the Kurukshetra University. She did her doctorate and MPhil from Punjab University, Chandigarh. She is one of the active researcher and teacher. She has published about 42 conferences she attended and published about 25 research papers in national and international journal. She has one patent in her credit. She supervised two students for PhD degree, and two PhD students are still working under her guidance. She has 30 minor projects and two major projects. She is still supervising all these projects. They are funding by various agencies. She is widely traveled abroad. She is fellow of many research organizations and associations. So she is one of the active teacher and scientist. I welcome you, Neeluji, for your deliberation. Thank you. Neelu Sood.
Thank you, Professor Saxena, for giving me, for speaking so kind words for me. I'm too much humbled with all the introduction you gave for me. But I personally feel honored that I have been given a very big platform to interact with you. And most of the time, I would like to bring to your kind information the flora of our state, Haryana, and especially Kurukshetra. Now, because already we are running short of time, so with little information and with all my hearty thanks to the organizers, I begin with my presentation. So please let me know if my presentation is visible.
No, not yet. Yes, okay, fine.
So the title of my today's talk is Botanical Zoological Garden to Biodiversity Parks. They are labs in the lap of nature. So this is, as I gave my introduction, that I belong to Kurukshetra University. The Kurukshetra is the land of birthplace, or we can say of Bhagavad Gita, where Lord Krishna gave this discourse. And I feel privileged to bring to your kind knowledge this big tree, big banyan tree at Jyotisar, which is also known as the Vat Vriksha, under which the Lord Krishna delivered the sermon of Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna during Mahabharata. And this is very well kept. And in next slide, you can see the large dimension of the tree. It is a very holy spot, and many visitors and pilgrims, they come and visit this place. This is the department I belong to, Department of Botany, Kurukshetra University. And this is the front view. And on the back side of this, we have our botanical garden, and then we have our herbal garden also. So this is a big Orocaria tree, which is growing in front view. And these are our greenhouses, twin greenhouses. Now, first question which I want to raise, please do not answer. We will find the answers together. So who is powerful, man or the nature? Now, early man, as all of you, we know, that he progressed slowly, but he was a true scientist as well as an innovator. Then, after his innovations, he knew what to hunt and what not to hunt, and he was doing little bit of hunting and was happy. Then he came across various animals. He knew which animals to tame and how to make use of them. So taming the animals was next in lead. But this was not so. As you see, he was progressing. The hunting spirit of man was also growing. And this was the time when actually the problem, or you see, we can say the negative bonding between the nature and the man started. And new genetic management options had to be worked out. And what resulted from all those hunting spirit uh, adventures, I can say there was shortage of prey, hard environmental conditions, they came into existence, loss of habitat for many of the species, and reasons were many, but I have just listed few: unfavorable environmental conditions, human interference, and many more. Now, when he started with hunting and thereafter the hunting spirit, the problem actually arose. Then man during advancement period had to hunt for conservation and conversion of resources. So this is a big challenge which has resulted all out of all the problems of the past. Now, if we talk of only problems, I think that's not good. So let's look into some of our strengths also countrywide. So India has geographic diversity, varied environmental conditions, wide adapted germ plows, good human resource, and ethnobotanical knowledge, and many more which many of us know. Now, if we have certain strengths, then of course they should prove useful in competing with the global challenges. So what are those challenges which we can compete with? We can compete in the areas of herbals and biopharmaceuticals, and we can have, because we are a large country, and there are certain in situ conserved species which we can take lead in. Then we have a lot of marine flora and fauna which is still unexplored. Then IPR, because this is one of the growing challenge world over, and we have so many resources which we can, you see, conserve and preserve under IPR Act. Then herbaria as time scale indicator. Now here I would like to highlight something, because if we just compare the advancement, we in general, I'm not, this is not my personal view, please. In general, herbaria, they are considered old fashioned, and maintaining them in their institutes, in some institutes is taken as a rather shame, I'll say, because I've heard these comments from many people that अरे हर्बेरिया को अब क्या यूज करना, हर्बेरिया को कौन देखता है. But I tell you, there are a number of uses. They can even tell about the environmental challenges which have, or environmental changes which have occurred. DNA changes in the species. So they are indicator for many advanced studies. So please, we should also look into the advantages and usefulness of these, because this can also become our strength in competing with global challenges. Now this is a picture where you see this will become the choice and only left option. If we are growing vertically, the tree and plants, they will also have to be taken along. So as high we grow vertically, these tree and plants, they have to grow with us, because oxygen is our basic need. So this is just taking you back to the botanical gardens. The oldest botanical garden, or I can say the first of its kind, was in the Pisa, Italy. And earlier, you see, it was still it's you can say the layout has been conserved as it was in the beginning. Now, there are, regarding zoos, Vienna Zoo, it was founded as early in 1752. and later on, you see, it was open for general public. So these 2-3 slides, they are from the history. These I have selected just to convey that at that time they were only, you see, player spots. They were monopoly areas where some of the royal people could go and general public could not go. And also it was with the linked somehow with the prestige or prosperity of the owner or the people who owned it. And as zoological and botanical gardens, they were progressing later on when nearly around year 1970, we became aware of the environmental issues world over. Then you see, they become, they simply did not remain the demonstration tools, but they were used for varied purposes. For they were concentrated for being used in various conservational programs. And in my few later slides, I will show you that how these have multidimensional options and you see avenues for future as well. Now, again, as I've been raising some questions, do slogans help? This question I'm simply asking. Sometimes we say, keep silent, don't speak, keep working. So, but I feel the slogans and concepts like share your ideas, together we can make a difference, they really work. Today is this scenario when in the society awareness must spread and we all must join hands. So that's why we should raise our voice where and when we feel the need is. And this is a problem of past. You see, this will show you how the progression has occurred. There was a time when you see, along with the chimpanzee, a special Congolese pygmy, Ota Benga, he was, you see, from since morning till evening, he was displayed along with that chimpanzee as a comparative model. How you say inhumane it was. Throughout the day, the person will simply stand in the cage to exhibit the morphological traits matching and the behavioral traits matching with them. But later on, as the human rights activists they came into existence, then these this problem was solved. And you see, already we have now certain problems which are erupting because we are looking for conserving the species, for raising the species through, you see, artificial management. But there are certain problems linked with those also, which I have highlighted in these captive breeding problems, then surplus animals. If we have raised, let's say, a few surplus animals, are they ruthlessly sacrificed or they are managed and you see, and how the species management. So these are very big challenges and problems. So we cannot simply say that, okay, if this species is on decline, we have the option to rear it in artificial environment and then put it back into the natural. But we need to, then illegal trading of animals. So these are certain issues which I bring forth for all of you. Now, if we simply take the example of zoos, in general, many of us think we visit any, you see, conserved area and some animals, they are kept in cages or in open enclosures and we visit and see their behavior. It's not like that. Zoos are of many types. Animal theme parks, robotic zoos, experimental zoos, public aquaria, roadside, petting zoos, puppet zoos, virtual zoos. So these are the you see why I have brought this slide together, that it's not only a conventional zoo which we can use. We have the virtual zoo options as on date, puppet zoos, and to give the information. Like we should not go for that human exhibit at least to show that comparison. We have so many choices, they exist. Now, this is how as I told you, as environmental issues and other challenges, they are coming before us. So the biological structures are not that if we want to see it like this, we want to see it on nanoscale. So this is how from organism to cell, within the cell, and within the cell up to DNA and molecular level. So what I want to convey that as the research is advancing towards genetic engineering, molecular biology, etc., the organisms who are the source of all this research, they are very, very important tools. So if we lose these species, there will be no research. Now, after you see understanding, we look for remedial options that how we can bring about certain changes in the DNA as anti-tumor activity and all that. Now, as I have very quickly, I have tried to put forth you that the roles are changing and how we need to, you see, progress under this scenario. Earlier, as I told you, when the concept of botanical and zoological gardens was existing, it was simply, you see, the emphasis was to see the layout of variety of flora and fauna and their habitats. That was a concern. Then we started looking for grouping them in taxonomical orders, biodiversity, wildlife parks, and sanctuaries. So that was the advancement over this. And now, along with the biodiversity parks, we are also simultaneously focusing on conservation and research and other, you see, dependent, you can say, approaches which we can derive out of these. It's not that we should simply raise these spacious sanctuaries, theme parks and all that, and how to, you see, link our economy also with that, and how to link our lab experimental designs in situ and make full use of it. So there is a saying by this, this is an old saying, rather in the year 1988, William Canway, he said, in the preservation of biological diversity, the use of technology is a last resort. So we need to imbibe this in our minds. So these are some of the, you see, structural designs of advanced biodiversity parks of future. So basically, the future biodiversity parks, they are coming with multi-purpose approach, as I mentioned previously. So it should not be concentrating only on single species, but mixed compatible species in natural or artificially created habitat of landscape enclosure. So that is what is required. Now, what are the type of dependent industries on botanical and zoological gardens? So it can be from pharmaceuticals and because now even the genes are to be patented. So as much diverse and by as much biodiversity we are able to conserve means we will have upper hand in this area, which is going to become a big challenge if we do not, you see, take care of it right now. We are all aware of the loss of our intellectual property in the form of this curcumin and basmati and many more. But later on, with the efforts of the government of India, we could, you see, fight it back, and now they are in our domain. Then you see food and processing industry can be dependent on these biodiversity parts. So virtual, as I mentioned, so and many virtual games, they are also being prepared. Virtual zoo, virtual plant raise a garden and like that. So IT sector is also involved. Education and research, architectural design, engineering and technology. So it's not, that means botanical and zoological gardens, they are now, they should not be the solo representative models, but they can nurture so many dependent industries. So this is new concepts, and simply I have taken one example. softwares and video games. So many are already into market. This is so sort the animal by diet, animal alphabets, make your own new animal, hybrid animals, switch zoo, zoo tycoon, planet zoo, robot, and so many more. Mr. Bean in zoo. So for the entertainment of kids, Cool Cosmos, Infrared Zoo, and many more. Just few I have, you see, listed for you. Now, history of innovation. As I mentioned, that many independent industries and other, you see, professions, they can be linked with it. I can give you one example of two young teenager boys, Gary and his friend Mark. They were not much interested in studies. They will skip their school and sometime and watch the animals in the, you see, zoo. And then, inspired by, you see, certain points, they raised a small reptile company in their own car garage. And later on, they converted it into a company called Cold Blood. And when these animal species, later on, you see, how they observed. I can give you one example that they were watching that so many these crocodile uh, babies, they were born, but after few days of watching, they will notice that most of them will die uh, while in that breeding exercise. So they were worried why so many young crocodile babies they are dying. And then they had a very simple idea that because crocodile shell, the body of the skin of the crocodile should be protective, and it is calcium rich. So they prepared a diet and they talked to the zoo people that we have prepared a diet and we want to feed, please permit. They were hesitant. Then they thought so many of the you see, little animals, they already die, so they gave them a sample to treat, and they found that most of them survived. So with that, you see, they got confident, and then they started Calzoo, was the first company in the US to start captive breeding for private supply. And later on, you see, they said ZooMed turns 30, and this is how the progress had been into these areas. So this is already I have talked about the calcium deficiency. Oh, I want to correct. I was using the word crocodile. It is turtle. Please excuse me for that. Uh, then you see ZooMed Lab, they have so many other innovations. Mite of floating aquarium, Vita sand, Haba mist, bug napper, turtle dock, this repti halogen lamps, because reptiles, they will hide and people who are visiting, they will not be able to see. So they prepared certain that kind of light which did not obstruct the reptiles from roaming about in their you see, captivity, and these lamps. Then UV reptile lamp, etc. So you can see how much of innovation just on zoos. Then zoo products companies with the mission. So animal care sheets, photo contest. So then linked with that, e-alerts, e-newsletter, fish contest, conservation. So these are all linked exercises with these botanical and zoological part. Then, so I think very, though it might have exceeded some time limit, but I tried giving it in haste. Now, regarding plant resources, this example I have taken because every natural resource is important. So this is one example when in 1850s, cinchona was smuggled from Andes to Kew Gardens. And because they knew the strength of this, that's why the cinchona, because it was uh, shown that it is significant in treatment of malaria, and that's why. So that's why we need to conserve and preserve and save our, and we need to have regulations which should make our resources empowered, so that for our forthcoming generations, they can make use of all those gene banks, germ plows for their experiments and for uh, you see, meeting with all the worldly challenges. So the British rule prevailed that they monopoly over the resource wealth, and then they will process it and bring it back after processing, adding so much of cost. So this is also what is happening today also. Patented drugs, patented articles. So we need to focus more on resource wealth. So these are some of the points which I have tried to link. So ultimately, if we take care of all those features, then we can take economic lead. I have already narrated our strengths, so please don't forget that. Now, after 1970, when environmental awareness came into existence, we started, you see, progressing, getting aware towards natural resources, then gene pool, conservation, botanical, and now biodiversity parks. Still saying biodiversity parks are incredible. We should not simply keep them as demo models, but wherever we can have some additive, you say, advantage of those, that those areas should also be looked into. So this is my midway message after this much of discussion. Let's go, do not fall through the cracks. So see the mama duck taking her kids. So we are in the role of mama duck, and the little tiny ones, they are our nation. So she is very carefully guiding to that those cracks, and finally she could successfully do it. So that is what is the message. So let the mother nature be nurtured. Now can use approaches or options which can strengthen. One is participation of NGOs. We should go for vocational training, public awareness, afforestation, and the one which I have written in Go Minimal. This is the most and most important. Some of the countries which are much more resource rich, or they are less resource than us, they have already started focusing. Israel and Japan, these are two leading countries. Korea is also one. So go minimal should be, we should not, you see, recklessly sacrifice our resources just to prove our arrogance and our, you see, royalty, but please try to go minimal wherever and whenever possible. And also go wise, because harvesting the trees is important, but but wisely. Let's go for mechanical harvesting, and we do not disturb the mother stock, mother plant. Then you see other approaches, as I mentioned, and participation most important. So this is important. So if all of us plan that we will win, then we will have the will to win also. So question still remains, who is powerful, which I asked in the beginning. And I think my answer to this is, let's not try to prove it. Let's work together. Let's not, you see, disturb the mother nature and fight against and work hard against it. But let's work in the lap of nature. Forthcoming, some of the slides, they are from KUK. I'll quickly go through this because I was asked by Professor Mishra to bring some. So I clicked these when he persuaded me that to. So this is Antigonon. So this is a very beautiful wine, coral wine, which is growing on the shed area of our parking, and it is a beautiful selfie spot for students and many visitors. Then is Anthocephalus cadamba. This tree is also growing in our nearby area, and some of the medicinal uses I've tried to list. Then Albizia lebec. This tree is also there, and I captured this click when it was in full bloom. Then this is one plant. I can say this is a very plant because uh, it was bearing fruits, but for the past 2 years, it has stopped fruiting. So we are looking into the reasons, and reasons, of course, we have found because heavy plantation growth has taken, and it is getting less of the sunlight. So we are trying to, you see, give remedial look. Remedial treatment to it. Then asparagus, this is growing for the interest of students, and this is the flowering twine part. Then this is the orchid tree, which I showed in the beginning in front of my department, monkey tail tree. And this is a beauty, really. And I convey my special thanks to the forerunners of the department who planted such exotic species in that area around our department. And this is one tree, though it is not very healthy one at the moment, but presently it is growing in a very healthy state. We had to dislocate it to other area. This tree has helped cure, you see, some of the grave throat problems, and a person who was diagnosed with the early stage of this throat cancer. This has been reported by one of our technicians. He used to take all the few leaves every day for his father-in-law, and his medical reports, they came promising after, you see, use of it, and he's fit and fine, and we really pray that he has long life. For the past 1 year, he has been using this, and he has recommended it to many also. Now these bamboo trees, especially the calcium part which is coming out on these stem parts, you can see. So this is of immense use. The Ayurvedic medicine tabashir is prepared from this bamboo resin, and presently, incidentally, we are able to witness this. Then this is another plant, Butia monosperma, yellow plush. So there was one big, huge tree which came under the heavy attack of termite, and still it is struggling to survive. But we are always fearful that we will be losing, because it was only yellow. There was only single one solo tree in the campus. So incidentally, when I went to deliver one lecture, and they gifted me with this, and I was so happy. And we have already planted, and this is the result. Now soon it will bloom, and these are from the internet. I have taken the yellow plush pics, but it is still to flower, but very healthy in growth. So we really feel happy for it. Then this is the camphor tree, and this has become pet of many of the morning walkers. They pick up some leaves, rub it, and they experience that there is this fragrance of camphor, and they feel so happy. And when our students they come, they also feel excited, and many people they usually feel happy about this plant. And this is the Dilenia indica chalta plant, and this is also growing in the backyard of our department. This is partial view of our backyard. This is the fruit raised in our department. This is the Bidi Patta plant, Diospirus melanoxylum. So this is in fruiting stage. Just 10 days back, I took this picture. Then this is also, you can say, these male and female ephedra plants. They are growing in the front of our department, and these are to have these two plants together is rare, and we have donated many of the plants which are raised and in our vicinity, and we donate it to colleges and other institutes when if we are having a few more to spare. Then this is the amla tree. This is Rudraksh, which has been planted. This is the side wall of my department. This is partial view of the botanical garden. This is one of our malis. He is very dedicated person. And in this area, we had certain, wasteland, because there was some construction in the upper building, and they dumped it all that. And then we rejuvenated, and that has also turned into, beautiful spot. I can say Euphorbia tricauli, and this is again because it comes from the land of Kurukshetra. So this is Ficus krishni, Makhan Katori. So I have a very effort. I had done effort to show you this is like a scoop, as just a spoon hota hai na. So there is a saying here, I don't know whether it is true as a botanist, but people say that Mata Yashoda used to feed makhan in this. So that's why the name comes Makhan Katori, Krishna's cup. And this is also one of the sacred trees. Many people, they come and visit. This is the muletti growing in our department. And this is Ginkgo biloba. We have conserved it. We had 2 plants, but during lockdown, though we tried, but we lost one. So presently we own only this maiden hair tree, or Ginkgo biloba. This is Moringa oleifera, drumstick plant. I'll tell you little story about it. This is the Harshingar growing here, and this is the Kevada plant, which is also growing near our this department in our botanical garden. This is Isabgol, which is a ground cover plant and grows in the season very well. Now it is out of season, but we took pictures. So this is also one. Then this is a Putranjiva plant, which is also growing. This is the Kanak Champa, beautiful flower and very important from this medicinal value point of view, Kanak Champa or Pterospermum. This is Muraya plant and Kamini or Rauwolfia serpentina. This is also growing in our botanical garden. And this is Sita Ashok. This is again they rate it. People give it religious value. They say that Mata Sita, she used to sit under this shoka tree, the Saraka indica, and this comes to flowering, and it really looks very beautiful. So this is the traveler's palm, which is growing in the backyard of my department. Again, very beautiful, And behind it, we have raised a small area of forest. So this is basically a demonstration forest. We have planted so many tree species, and students, they can do some experiments when it is not feasible to move out to actual forest area. So this is the Salsmelia malabarica, silk cotton tree, again growing in our department. This is the this Rita plant or soap nut tree. And people, they come and collect soap nuts, and my safai karamchari lady, she told me, madam, मैं तो अपने सारे woolen इसी उसके साथ धो लेती हूँ. It bears so many fruits, and it is really a good conserved species. Then Terminalia arjuna, then Terminalia chibula, that is a harad. This is also growing in the our garden. Thunbergia grandiflora or clockvine. This is also in our in our collection. Then this toon or Indian mahogany plant, Tuna ciliata. This is also big timber tree and growing. Now, as I told you that I have some small little story to tell about Moringa plant. So this was a tree which is nearly 40 years old. I have been told because I joined this department in 2008. Earlier, I served Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Department of Biotechnology. I was told by our you see staff that this plant was very healthy and it used to bear so much of fruit that many of us used to carry home the fruit for our use, सहजने की फलियां. So then you see we took this as a you see took into consideration, and the reasons found were that because when parking was laid down, very little you see this space was given. And when we further explored and we got it you see broadened, and when we dug it, got it done, then it was found that most of the construction material was dumped here, and above that was some you see very thin layer of this soil. So basically this was starved plant, and that's why this plant was not you see it was dying and sort of dying. Then you see we took all the measures and we personally persuaded the authorities to you see broaden it and removed all the you see debris and filled it with healthy soil, and see the change this. And now this year out of the season flowers came, and also the you see it remained into flowering, and now it is very healthy. So this is the electronics department, and so many people they are motivated. I've seen many people watering, and rather our malis they fight with them, don't over water it. So this is how they feel happy about this. So some of our team workers. So this was a person. He's in electronics department, but taking good care of the plants around and identifying the basic cause and brings it to our notice. And this is one of my female colleague, Dr. Jyoti Chauhan. Then some of the initiatives which are taken up by the Department of Botany. So because as I narrated that it is basically called as land of Lord Krishna. So Triveni, so an NGO from UK, they wanted to plant 101 Trivenis in Kurukshetra. And we in the department had earlier, this is the initial Triveni which was there, but one plant got missing, so we got it planted by our Vardi Vice Chancellor. Professor Somnath Sachdeva, my colleague Dr. C.B. Singh, he retired, and these two young colleagues are still there. Dr. Somvir Jakhar, Dr. Yogesh. And this is a small initiative that we wanted to raise some aquatic bloom in the department around, and so this was our effort which was regarded. So some of the projects which we initiated, one Mahotsav through geotagging. This was national event, and on 7th of September we are going to give awards to the winners. We have identified 3 winners with cash prize and with memento, with the e-certificates, and to small kids, you see, with some gifts, rather gardening tools as gifts so that they get motivated. Then one more heel touch to revive dying trees. Then many rare plants we are you see getting it and planting them. Plant Savior and Plant Warrior Awards. This is going to become our annual feature. So with that, I convey my thanks, and thank you all for the patient hearing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sood. Over to chairperson of the session. Please conclude. Please conclude the session. Chairperson, Dr. Viren Nath. Dr. Virendnath.
Unmute, sir.
Hello, I am audible.
Yes,
I am
yes,
audible.
Okay, yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So this is very illuminative and illustrative talk by Neelu Sood ji, and she is a very active worker, and she has given wide spectrum of conservation of biodiversity and wide spectrum of botanic garden and zoological gardens in India and in his university, the campus, the number of plants growing of medicinal use as well as ornamental purposes. So she has given a very beautiful uh, illustrative and with colored photographs. She has given a talk, and she is the talk is very educative. This is very important and educative to the researchers and the students. So I thank to Professor Neelu Sood for giving her very significant and informative talk, to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session, to my co-chair, Dr. Sudham Charan Sahu.
Sir,
So
namaskar, sir.
hello, I welcome you, and I request you to give your comments also.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. So many thanks to the organizers for providing the opportunity to be a co-chairperson in this webinar, this talk particularly, and thanks to Neelu Sood Madam for a very excellent talk, and her talk starting from the Kurukshetra, the war of Kaurava and Pandava, and the banyan tree, and end with the medicinal plants, like the very important medicinal plant, the Plantago ovata, isabgol, and Asparagus racemosas. So many very important medicinal plants is cited, and the medicinal uses. So that are very informative. The botany students, they will learn what are the uses of plants, and also the importance of the zoological park, botanical park, biodiversity park, and what are the threats the human beings is facing. What are the threats to the botanical garden, zoological? She has also mentioned very nicely, and it is very informative that we know the actual status of the botanical garden in Kurukshetra University. What is the status now? What are the particular? She has mentioned the Moringa oleifera plant. What are the care she has taken? Particularly, how she loves how the plants, that we can know how she is attracted to the plants, and doing research and practically conserving the plants. So that is a very inspiration for us. So thank you, madam, for this inspiration talks. Thank you all. Thank you, the organizer, for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahu.
I have one query from Neelu Sood ji. And Professor Neelu Sood, under whom you did your doctorate from Chandigarh University?
I did my doctorate with Dr. Harvinder Chima.
Okay, Chima. Yes, Madam Chima. Okay.
Madam Chima. I got specialized in plant tissue culture. So I did my MSc, BSc honors, MSc honors, MPhil, and PhD from Punjab University.
She is also a specialist of pterophytes, I think so.
Yes.
Chima.
Yes. But I was her first student. And gave me an option. I worked on angiospermic plants rather.
So I have many contacts in Punjab University, Chandigarh, as well as KU, Kurukshetra University. V.D. Vashishta was their professor and head.
Sir, he retired in.
He retired. He retired just now.
So
He
so
retired
nice.
and then I took over charge from him
Okay.
on 3rd March.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. Nice to see you, and nice to
I'm
hear
so
you.
happy that all of you gave me so much of value for the little work I could put forth you. But my aim and objective was to narrate to you all the little, you see, success stories in the credit of department as well.
At Kanpur, at Kurukshetra University, in a college, one of our PhD student is there. He's working as a teacher, lecturer. Vishal Avasti, Dr. Vishal Avasti. Do you know him?
Sir, I have heard his name because UGBS members list I have seen, but incidentally during the tenure we had this corona and many interactive activities could not be taken over. So that was the reason. But his name I have heard.
He is one of the best conservationists, and he is doing very good tissue culture work. He did doctorate under me, and so you may contact, you may take his help, and I will also tell to Vishal Avasti that he should contact to you. Okay. So yes, he is good hand in tissue culture techniques of Braphies, Steadophysin. Okay. So thank you very much for giving us such a illustrative talk, and thanks to all the organizers who are involved in this organization of the webinar. Very good webinar, Professor Iskan Mishra. Thank you, my co-chairpersons, Dr. Sahu. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So welcome everyone to Kurukshetra. Whenever you come, please do contact us, and we should be a family at large. But I really appreciate the effort of the college that they are doing such a multi-dimensional and such a bulky task in under this pandemic period also. So my hats off and thanks to all of you. And
thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for a comprehensive and very informative talk. Thanks to Dr. Birendra and Dr. Sahu for the chairperson and co-chairperson of the session. Today's will be made tomorrow again at the 12 o'clock in all of you. Thanks again.
Okay, thanks.
Birendra sir.
Thank you, Iskan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
वीरेंद्र सर को प्रणाम सर। वीरेंद्र सर
थैंक यू
सर। बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया।
कैसे भाई, कैसे आप लोग, कैसे भाई? सब बढ़िया
सर, बहुत अच्छे से।
अच्छा ओके।
कंप्यूटर में कैमरा काम नहीं कर रहा है।
आप सबको देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगता है।
सभी को सिंह सर साहब को सभी को हमारा नमस्कार सर।
जी। थैंक यू।
वीरेंद्र सर।
हाँ
सर, मुझे पहचान पाते IMMT